You're finally back. Where are my spirit herbs? Outside the mountain gate, the young man barked through gritted teeth as soon as he saw Xianxia return. Xianxia laughed awkwardly. There were too many different kinds of herbs on the list, so I couldn't finish getting everything prepared immediately. Little brother, please come in and have a rest first. I'll get you the spirit herbs you need right away. As he spoke, he opened the sect-defending array and shot a look at Xianxia. Xianxia understood and gestured inside. Little brother, this way please. Humph. The young man coldly snorted and sailed his ship into High Heaven Palace as he looked down at Xianxia. I'm warning you. Don't try any tricks with me. Whether it's the year or quantity, there can be no mistakes on the spirit herbs written on the list. Otherwise, you'll never be able to get away with it. Yes, of course. Xianxia nodded impatiently. Even though this matter had nothing to do with High Heaven Palace, everything from the Seeking Passion sect was indeed in his hands right now. Since they want to buy it, then he might as well just sell it to them, counting it as forming good relations with Medicine Pill Valley. Good. The young man was just about to say something when his eyes widened and he stared straight at the two beautiful figures that suddenly appeared behind Xianxia. His eyes lit up instantly and he quickly got off the ship, flying behind Xianxia after a few steps in the air. He looked at Ji Yao and Zhu Qing with a smile on his face as he glanced between them, eyes finally settling on Zhu Qing's body. As respectfully as possible, he asked, "This humble one is Li Xian. May I ask, big sister, for your name?" Flowers of joy were blooming inside his heart. His master wouldn't let him visit Ice Heart Palace and instead sent him to High Heaven Palace. He didn't expect to see so many beauties in this damned place either. One after another, the beauties flowed in. A simply dazzling sight to behold. Especially this particular big sister. Her figure was TSK. He was originally a little chagrined at his master's decision to send his senior brother to Ice Heart Valley, allowing him to enjoy the charming company of all those beauties. But now, he had no more complaints. Even though Ice Heart Valley had many women, they were not necessarily as outstanding as these three. Xianxia's body jolted as he felt goosebumps all over. He really hadn't been able to tell that he was such a perverted fellow, already such a menace at this age. He would surely become an insatiable tyrant when he grew older. Zhu Qing did not utter a single word and was instead staring firmly at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes, as if worried that he would disappear again. But that did not annoy the young man. Instead, he was still acting bashful and called out, "Big sister, I'm talking to you." Only then did Zhu Qing turn her eyes to him and spat a single word, "Scram!" As soon as this word left her mouth, the boy's face turned beet red. This isn't good, Xianxia thought. One could tell at a glance this boy called Li Xian wasn't a decent person. But he carried the identity of a Medicine Pill Valley disciple. What Zhu Qing said might possibly end up making him angry. Just as Xianxia was thinking about how he was going to remedy the situation, he heard Li Xian take a deep breath and an intoxicated expression emerged on his face. His heart captured by lust. He mused, "Yes, wonderful. Big sister, more please." Cold sweat dripped down Xianxia's face, as Ji Yao and Xianxia also wore strange expressions on their faces. "I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? You think I won't hit you?" Zhu Qing's eyes went cold. The young man covered his chest, his entire person appearing to have obtained great satisfaction. Even his breathing was growing rough. He couldn't help but stagger back a few steps, his already crimson-red face turning even redder. "Is this little brat into that?" Xianxia looked at Xianxia in astonishment while sending his voice to her. "How would I know?" Xianxia rolled her eyes at him. Xianxia clicked his tongue. "Sure enough, once the forest grows big, one will see all kinds of birds flying about." Coming back to himself, he instructed out loud Xianxia, "Sister Hua, bring this little brother to have a rest. I'll go and sort out the herbs." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and gestured her hand at Li Xian again. "Little brother, this way please." "No, no, no." Li Xian raised his hand at Xianxia, his eyes like leeches biting firmly onto Zhu Qing's skin. "I don't want you. I want this big sister to take care of me." Xianxia's face turned cold and she cursed him in her heart. This little brat was just trying to take me back with him to serve in his bedchambers. But now I'm not even good enough to attend to him anymore? What? Aren't they just breasts? Big giant breasts. You court death. Zhu Qing glared at him coldly. Li Xian still wore a sunny smile on his face. If big sister can bear to see me die, then little brother will die for you to see. This boy wasn't that old, and yet he already had quite the glib tongue. But he had no idea that Zhu Qing really did have the intention to kill him right now. Don't even mention being a mere disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Zhu Qing had the guts to kill him even if he was the legacy disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. I'll grant your wish. Zhu Qing coldly snorted and was really going to make a move as soon as she said that. Yang Kai jumped in fright and quickly shouted, "What are you doing?" Shifting over, he stood in front of Zhu Qing. "Move!" Zhu Qing looked at him with irritation. "HM, you even dare lose your temper with me?" Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing turned down her imposingness instantly and frowned. "Excuse me," Yang Kai whispered. "You can't kill him." Zhu Qing said disdainfully. "Who can't I kill? Anyway, you can't kill him. He's from Medicine Pill Valley. I'll be in trouble if he's dead. How about this? Just put up with him for now. And if you can't stand it, just ignore him. He has such indecent thoughts towards me, and you want me to tolerate him?" Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with an aggrieved expression. "He's just got a foul mouth is all. It's not like you're losing anything from it. Last time even ahem," he thought to himself. "I've already done that to you and I don't see you trying to kill me. Is my charm really that great?" Zhu Qing's cheeks turned red and she turned away. "Whatever the case, he doesn't deserve my attention. Fine, fine. Just think of it as a favor. All you have to do is stand here while I sort out the herbs. Then we'll drive him away once that's over." "Make it quick," Zhu Qing said unhappily. "Qinger is the best," Yang Kai said to flatter her and quickly left. Zhu Qing's face turned red again, a sight that caused Li Xian's heart to race. He wouldn't want anything more than to hold hands with her and grow old together with her. After arriving at a deserted place, Yang Kai took out the jade slip that Li Xian handed him and then compared them one by one with the things in his space ring. After destroying Seeking Passion Sect, he took away all of their treasures. If the Seeking Passion Sect really had been collecting herbs for Medicine Pill Valley, then Yang Kai should be able to find them quickly. And in fact, Yang Kai really did find them. One by one, piece by piece, whether the age or species, it was all correct. There were even extras of some. Over 1,000 types of herbs, with several at the Emperor grade, were all present. Yang Kai was a little reluctant to hand such a treasure trove over though. After all, he was an alchemist himself, so these herbs were useful to him. But he was a rich man now, so these spirit herbs didn't matter to him all that much. At least he would be able to save some trouble by handing them over to Medicine Pill Valley. Jiao said it too. Medicine Pill Valley wouldn't let him suffer a loss, meaning they would probably buy them at a fair market price. But that only made sense. For a place with a reputation as big as Medicine Pill Valley, and with Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's name at stake, it was naturally impossible for them to bully the weak and cheat them out of source crystals. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai sorted out all the herbs. Just as he was about to hand them over and drive Li Xian away, his communication artifact suddenly buzzed. Yang Kai frowned. After grumbling a little, he took out the communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. In the next moment, his face changed. Space principles flashed and he instantly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already at the main gate. Looking over, he saw that young man called Li Xian now sitting on the ground with a horrified look on his face, hand holding his cheek. On that clean cheek was a clear 5-finger mark and his mouth was leaking blood. Zhu Qing was standing not far from him, releasing a cold murderous intent that enveloped the brat, causing him to tremble. Only in this sudden life or death crisis did Li Xian realize that his status as a Medicine Pill Valley disciple wasn't effective in the slightest here. With an aura of death close at hand, he had chills running all over his body. Ji Yao was standing there indifferently, looking at Li Xian without the slightest bit of sympathy on her face. Hua Qingxi was holding her communication artifact, unsure what to do. Yang Kai's appearance sizzled out Zhu Qing's anger instantly. Only then did the dragon girl remember what Yang Kai told her before, and her expression couldn't help but become uneasy. What happened? Yang Kai glanced coldly at Li Xian before asking Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's red lips quivered, but she didn't utter a single word. Sister Hua, you explain. Yang Kai turned his head towards Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi sighed. This little bastard tried to take advantage of young Lady Qing. After young Lady Qing avoided him, he became even bolder and tried to seize her directly. Young Lady Qing was overcome with anger and taught him a small lesson. As a woman, Hua Qingxi wanted to praise Zhu Qing for her actions. She even felt that it wasn't enough. Even if he wasn't killed, his cultivation should be crippled. But as the head manager of the High Heaven sect, Hua Qingxi knew how much trouble Zhu Qing's slap would bring to their sect, and she couldn't help feeling worried. He tried to take advantage of her? Yang Kai raised a brow. Nonsense, that's not true, Li Xian yelled. Somehow, he found his spine and stood up. This is slander. She is an Emperor Realm Master while I am only at First Order Dao Source Realm. How would I have the ability to take advantage of her? So, you do know that you're at First Order Dao Source Realm? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. This little brat had been throwing his weight around as soon as he appeared, acting all haughty as if he was a great emperor rather than just a lowly Dao Source Realm. Li Xian wiped away the blood away from his mouth and glared furiously at Yang Kai, bellowing. This woman laid her hand on me for no reason at all. As a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, hitting my face is no different from hitting Medicine Pill Valley's face. You are the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, so you better compensate me. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. You want me to compensate you? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. How? Li Xian had a cruel look in his eyes and turned to look at Zhu Qing. I want you to waste this bitch's cultivation and then hand her to me for punishment. The disparity in their strength was too great, but if her cultivation was crippled, then there would be nothing to be afraid of. He swore in his heart that he had to show this woman the fate of daring to go against him. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Qing. You really hit him? Zhu Qing looked gloomy. I could not endure it. I'm sorry. Yang Kai had just told Zhu Qing earlier that this boy was a Medicine Pill Valley disciple, a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. The fact that she slapped him would definitely bring trouble to High Heaven Palace. Worse, she might make Yang Kai angry with her. Then she wouldn't be able to complete her mission. Zhu Qing was panicking, but she really couldn't stand being in that situation just now. I almost got slapped to death by this bitch. Can't you tell? The young man shouted hysterically, his face filled with indignance as if he had suffered a massive grievance. No, not really. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement and beckoned him. Why don't you come closer so I can see where she hit you? The young man hopped to his feet and scampered over to Yang Kai, pushing his cheek out for him to see. My face! She actually hit my face. Look at what she did. If you don't settle this matter to my satisfaction, I'll never let this matter rest. Yang Kai observed the injury seriously and nodded lightly before suddenly raising his hand and slapping him flying on the other side of his face. Pa! A crisp noise sounded as Li Xian flipped into the air, tumbling a dozen times before landing heavily. Around half of his teeth had been lost before he even hit the ground. After he fell, he was seeing stars and lay there dumbly. It took him quite some time before he was able to recover from the shock. The women present were all shocked, their eyes widening in unison. Palace Master, you? Hua Qingxi was horrified. If one were to call Zhu Qing's slap to Li Xian's face inviting disaster, then as High Heaven Palace's Palace Master, Yang Kai's slap was already serious to the point of being unmanageable. Yang Kai was the representative of High Heaven Palace at this moment, so his every move carried great consequences. Wouldn't this slap be an open challenge to Medicine Pill Valley? Just thinking about it was terrifying, and as High Heaven Palace's head manager, Hua Qingxi suddenly felt exhausted, but very soon she felt relieved. When she saw that boy called Li Xian being swatted away, she really felt incredibly good. This little bastard was just too outrageous. Next time you encounter this sort of thing, hit harder. Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing nodded dumbly. As a dragon girl, her domineering power was almost insurmountable. Yang Kai had nearly eaten a great loss from her himself back then. If she had struck him with even 10% of her strength, Li Xian would have exploded into a blood mist a dozen times over. It was only because of Yang Kai's words that she acted with so much restraint, only giving some light punishment. If this wasn't the case, how could Li Xian still be alive? You actually dare to? Li Xian finally came back to his senses and tremblingly pointed his finger at Yang Kai. His speech was slurred and the contents of his words unclear. You actually dare to hit me? So what if I hit you? Yang Kai raised his hand menacingly, causing Li Xian to scamper to hold his head with his arms in fear. Only when nothing happened after he waited for a long time did Li Xian dare to sneak a peek at Yang Kai. Realizing he had been toyed with, his face instantly turned red and he howled. I am a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, but you dare hit me? You're dead. So you remember getting hit, but not the pain? Yang Kai looked at him sternly and walked over to him, lifting Li Xian up to face him. Li Xian struggled hard, but how could he escape from Yang Kai's grip with his meager strength? He shouted in terror. What are you doing? Teaching you a lesson. Yang Kai coldly snorted and reached out to slap him. Pa pa pa. The incessant sounds of slaps rang out, and although Yang Kai didn't use his Emperor Qi, his physical strength alone was enough for Li Xian to beg for death. In just a few slaps, his face was already tear-streaked as he wailed out with no shame. Such outrageous behavior at such a young age. Yang Kai shot him a sidelong glance and raised his palm in front of Li Xian's face, looking fiercely at him. Are you going to speak properly now? YYS? Li Xian nodded repeatedly, only to feel that most of his face was numb. Even from the corner of his eye, he could see that his cheek was swollen up high. Apologize. Yang Kai tossed Li Xian right over to Zhu Qing's feet. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai, surprised, and feeling inexplicably moved. Was he standing up for her? With Yang Kai's current identity, the best thing to do in this situation would be to try to minimize the problem and ensure no trouble came to him in the future. But instead he actually beat up this little brat and demanded he apologize to her. Wasn't he annoyed at her and avoiding her? Why was he doing this? For a moment, Zhu Qing's mind was a mess. Li Xian struggled to stand properly in front of Zhu Qing before bowing deeply and saying in a sincere voice, Little brother apologizes to this elder sister for his brusqueness. I hope elder sister can be generous unlike myself. I'm just a child. I don't know anything. So please don't be angry, elder sister. After being given a sound beating, Li Xian was like a whole new person. There was no need to mention how well-behaved and sensible he had become. Zhu Qing frowned. It's nothing. It really was nothing. When this little brat tried to take advantage of her earlier, he didn't even manage to touch her clothes, so she didn't suffer any loss. Instead, Li Xian was beaten black and blue by Yang Kai. Thank you, elder sister, for your magnanimity. Li Xian had a grateful look on his face. Then he turned around and went over to Yang Kai, a flattering smile on his face. Elder brother, little brother has already apologized, and elder sister has also forgiven me. You see, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. And good. It seems like you can be taught after all. Li Xian responded with all smiles. Elder brother's compliments are overgenerous. If there's nothing else, then this little brother will excuse himself for now. Don't you want the spirit herbs? Yang Kai glanced at him with a curious expression on his face. Li Xian slapped his head and laughed dryly. Haha, I almost forgot. This was the task that honored master has given me. Yang Kai smiled and tossed him the space ring he prepared earlier. The herbs on the list are all in there. Take a look yourself. No need, no need. I trust elder brother's integrity. Li Xian put away the space ring as he spoke before taking out another space ring, handing it to Yang Kai. These are the source crystals for the spirit herbs. Elder brother, please have a look. Yang Kai nodded in response and accepted the space ring. After checking it with his divine sense though, he looked back at Li Xian and asked, The quantity is a bit low. Are you sure that these are the source crystals your honored master gave you? The spirit herbs on that list weren't just ordinary materials. and based on Yang Kai's estimations, they would be worth at least 20 million high-rank source crystals. But there were only 1,000 source crystals in the space ring, and they were all low-rank source crystals. The immense difference was simply like heaven and earth. Li Xian was stunned, then smiled and said, "That's the wrong one. The wrong one. This is the one that Honored Master gave me." While speaking, he scrambled to take out a different space ring for Yang Kai. This time, the number of source crystals inside the ring made more sense. Moreover, it was even higher than Yang Kai's estimations, with a total of 25 million high-rank source crystals in it. It seemed what Ji Yao said previously was true. Even though Medicine Pill Valley asked all the top sects in the Northern Territory to collect spirit herbs for them, they definitely wouldn't let those sects suffer a loss. All the herbs were bought according to their worth, and they even paid out a little extra. After all, this matter related to the reputation of Medicine Pill Valley and Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. The disciples of Medicine Pill Valley also wouldn't dare to mess around. But Yang Kai knew that if Seeking Passion sect still existed, this brat Li Xian would only have needed to pay them the source crystals in the first ring for their herbs. Li Xian clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation. After all, 25 million high-rank source crystals was no small number. That was why he prepared 2 sets of source crystals in 2 separate rings. But after the fierce lesson he received from Yang Kai, how could he dare to cheat him? After the exchange was over, Li Xian immediately excused himself, and naturally Yang Kai didn't try to stop him. The young man boarded his ship. His actions did carry some elegance, and if not for his face, which was as swollen as a pig's head right now, he would have looked quite the gentleman. "Farewell, elder brother and elder sisters." Li Xian waved enthusiastically at them while standing on the deck. "Have a safe trip." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Li Xian's ship quickly sailed away, but the moment he turned around, the smile on his face was quickly replaced with icy coldness. "Oh, what are you trying to do?" Ji Yao suddenly flickered and stood in front of Yang Kai, blocking his way. Her cold eyes were just like sharp knives that penetrated into Yang Kai's heart, seeing into his soul. This sudden action stunned both Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing, as neither of them understood what Ji Yao meant. "Nothing. I just felt like going out for a walk." Yang Kai looked up at the sky, not daring to look Ji Yao in the eye. "I'll accompany you then," Ji Yao said. "I'm just going for a casual walk. Why would you want to come with me?" Yang Kai eyed her. "I want to take a walk too." Yang Kai grit his teeth. "I'm in the mood to visit a brothel to have some fun. Are you going to accompany me for that too?" "In the mood, are you?" Ji Yao sneered. "Fine. Come back to Ice Heart Valley with me. You need only raise your hand and I guarantee hundreds of Ice Heart Valley's disciples will willingly drown you to death." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "But aren't the disciples from Ice Heart Valley very particular about purity of heart and freedom from worldly desires? It's just satisfying a need. What's there to shy away from? I can't talk for the others, but I have a few martial nieces who I know adore you very much. If you want, I can make arrangements for you, and I ensure they will be willing participants." This martial aunt really is thoughtful. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp, almost agreeing instinctually to her proposition when he suddenly felt 2 burning gazes on his back. Choking down his words, he quickly barked, "What's the fun with a good, well-behaved girl? This young master likes the broken flowers and withered willows in the brothel. That's where the fun is." "Enough!" Ji Yao was trembling from anger. Even though Yang Kai was just mouthing off and not actually doing anything, she still found his words hard to accept. What's more, what Yang Kai said made it sound as if he was a regular patron of brothels. "You're the one who should know when to stop. What are you getting in my way for? I already have one woman constantly following me around and pestering me. If you join in too, how am I going to live?" Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing frowned, sulking. "Who are you talking about? Speak clearly." "You. I'm talking about you. You have a problem with that?" Yang Kai glared at her. Zhu Qing turned away, mumbling, "You think I want to do this? Don't try to hoodwink me." Ji Yao scoffed. "You're not trying to visit a brothel. You just want to silence the witness to the crime, aren't you?" "Silence the witness to the crime." Hua Qingxi was shocked. Silence what witness? What crime? As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, she suddenly came to her senses and looked at Yang Kai in horror. Palace Master, you couldn't be thinking of wanting to silence the witness to the crime all of a sudden. Thinking back to what happened just now, it was already obvious who the witness was going to be. She couldn't help but feel shocked at Yang Kai's recklessness. That person was a Medicine Pill Valley disciple. How could Yang Kai just kill him? If he really did such a thing, Medicine Pill Valley would never let this matter rest. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Kai denied vehemently. It's nothing of that sort. You have quite a rich imagination, Yaoer. Then why don't you dare to look me in the eye while you're talking to me? Jiao coldly snorted. Fine, I'll look at you. It's not like I'm afraid of you. Yang Kai turned around with eyes as wide as chicken eggs as he stared aggressively at Jiao. The beautiful eyes in front of him were clear and without flaw, clean as a pure spring. Yang Kai could see himself clearly reflected in Jiao's eyes, modeled by her long lashes that were curved like dancing spirits, making them appear even more pure and unique. Humph! Jiao sneered. You think you're going to look any less guilty just because you widen your eyes at me like that? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I'm thinking of the time when I saw you stripped naked at Phoenix Nest Palace. That little brat obviously isn't the type to just let matters drop. He may act submissive after you beat him up a little, but he actually hates you to death in his heart. He's young and shallow, thinking he can get away with things just by putting on a little show. But in truth, who of us does not know that he only wanted to leave here quickly in order to contact Medicine Pill Valley to complain? You obviously think that there'll be no evidence if he's dead. That's why you're planning to kill him, aren't you? Yang Kai's face was sullen. So, what better solution do you have when things are already like this? This time he didn't deny it anymore. He was just curious whether he made it seem that obvious. Otherwise, how did Ji Yao see through him at just a glance? Regardless, killing him isn't the answer. Ji Yao frowned. If you really killed him, then things will truly become troublesome. Or so to say, you shouldn't have hit him like that just now. If you didn't want to deal with the fallout, you shouldn't have stirred up this mess in the first place. You're a palace master now, yet you still act so recklessly. I shouldn't have hit him? Yang Kai jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I don't even know who that little brat thinks he is, throwing his weight around my high heaven palace, even trying to molest my people, yet still daring to speak so impertinently? You tell me I shouldn't have hit him, but I would have killed him right then if I could. Letting him leave high heaven palace alive is already very magnanimous of me. Who's your person? Zhu Qing said, blushing. I said what I said. Why do you care about all that? Yang Kai waved her off impatiently. If he knew his mistake, then I could let him be, but if he's secretly thinking about how he's going to get revenge, how could I allow that? How chivalrous of you. Ji Yao may be complimenting him on the surface, but her eyes were filled with ridicule. Are all you men like this? This has nothing to do with chivalry. Yang Kai suddenly said in a sullen voice. This is just proper moral conduct. I don't blame you for hitting him just now. Even I wanted nothing more than to hit him. Ji Yao pursed her lips, easing her attitude a little bit. Only, you shouldn't try and silence him by killing now. Didn't you stop me from doing anything? Yang Kai bristled. It would have been over if you'd really done it. When that happens, you would have been the unreasonable one even if your reason for acting was valid. Ji Yao sighed. I think you've just let your anger get to your head, and that's what got you thinking about doing something so foolish. Say whatever you want. Yang Kai put on the face of a dead pig that didn't fear boiling water, remaining obstinate while Ji Yao lectured him. Ji Yao was both angered and amused. You've been in the star boundary for so many years now, so how can you not know how these young people are? He doesn't represent Medicine Pill Valley. He's just a second-generation disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. Second-generation disciple? Yang Kai raised a brow. Ji Yao nodded and explained. Medicine Pill Valley is where the wondrous pill great emperor cultivates in seclusion. His few legacy disciples under him are the first generation, all of whom are emperor alchemists with profound attainments in the alchemic Tao. The wondrous pill great emperor stopped accepting disciples long ago, so the disciples taken in by his few legacy disciples are the second generation. Naturally, Li Xian is one of them. In that case, it doesn't seem to be as big of a deal anymore. Yang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully. The only one he was really afraid of was the wondrous pill great emperor. But if what Ji Yao said was true, then the situation wasn't unsalvageable. Li Xian and wondrous pill great emperor were separated by a generation, so the only one Li Xian could rely on would be one of wondrous pill great emperor's legacy disciples. Yang Kai was also an emperor alchemist, so why would he need to fear this unknown figure? What's more, no matter how the matter was put, Li Xian was the one who asked to be humiliated himself, using his identity as a Medicine Pill Valley disciple to put on airs. If his master was a reasonable man, then he wouldn't blame Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace for this matter. Of course, he couldn't expect him to thank him either. This unknown master's disciple had been punished by an outsider, so they would definitely feel uncomfortable. If this master was small-minded, they might even come to look for trouble. So, do you still want to silence the witness to the crime? Ji Yao asked. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. What are you talking about? What silencing the witness to the crime? Such frightening words you speak, Yaoer. This palace master is scared of hurting an ant even while sweeping the floor and covers all his lamps to protect the moths. How could I do such a thing? The three women rolled their eyes at him in unison. Though there's not much to worry about, it doesn't hurt to be careful. I think it would be best if I return to Ice Heart Valley and ask about the situation for you. That Li Xian's senior brother is currently at our Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao said after some thought. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao turned and left. Yang Kai then looked to the side and shouted, What have you been hiding there for? Come out. A ripple suddenly appeared in the air like a stone tossed into a calm lake, quickly revealing Nanmen Dejun's figure. Palace Master's might is matchless. This Nanmen admires you greatly. Nanmen Dejun walked over with a flattering smile on his face. Enough of that, why are you here? Yang Kai looked in askance at him. Who knew what this old fogey was sneaking around and hiding here this whole time for? However, Yang Kai didn't really care about this. Naturally, with Nanmen Dejun's current identity as High Heaven Palace's chief array master, it was impossible for him to mean any harm to him. Nanmen Dejun immediately answered, This subordinate has prepared something good for Palace Master. Something good. Nanmen Dejun grinned meaningfully and said mysteriously, Please, take a look. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. I'll kill him. Atop the deck of his ship, Li Xian had a hate-filled look on his face as he constantly cursed in a quiet voice. What happened was a great shame to him. He had a noble identity as a Medicine Pill Valley disciple and was certain to become an emperor alchemist in the future. How could he endure such humiliation? Just as Ji Yao said, he may act submissive on the surface, but he was actually plotting how to get his revenge the whole time. After flying all the way to a deserted mountain valley, he landed his ship. After putting away his flight-type artifact, the look of hatred on his face had already become warped. Feeling the burning pain on his cheeks, he slammed his fist fiercely down onto a giant boulder in front of him, sending debris flying everywhere together with a cloud of dust. Li Xian was throwing out his power wantonly, seemingly wanting to vent all his rage and grievances. After a long time, he panted and sat down on the ground, taking out a healing pill from his space ring and swallowing it. His eyes turned with a dark and unkind look as he cursed, You'll all die. As he said that, he took out his communication artifact and using his divine sense, used it to send a message. Millions of kilometers away, inside the headquarters of Fire Dragon Palace, a top sect in the Northern Territory, in a certain place overflowing with abundant world energy. This place was only a dozen kilometers across. But even within Fire Dragon Palace, it was considered a restricted area that only a few elders and Palace Master Li Jiao were qualified to step foot into. That was because this was where the sect's precious spirit medicine garden was located. The number of spirit medicines cultivated in the medicine garden was not large, only about 100 or so, but each one was emperor grade, extremely precious. Any one of these spirit herbs would be a rare existence to find outside. The entire garden was filled with dense world energy and overflowing medicinal fragrance. Any cultivator visiting here would be able to improve their cultivation a lot just by breathing in lightly. At this moment, 3 people were sitting at a table in the pavilion next to the medicine garden. The one on the left, dressed in a graceful and luxurious purple robe with a chiseled mouth and nostrils, appearing quite furious at this moment, was the palace master of Fire Dragon Palace, Li Jiao. On the right, a man with an extraordinary aura that looked to be about 40 or so, but whose real age was obviously far greater, had a solemn expression on his face. It was the sect master of another top sect in the Northern Territory, Full Sky Sect's Mi Qi. It was not surprising for the 2 of them to gather together. Since Yang Kai destroyed Seeking Passion sect, these 2 top sects had grown much closer. Just as Bing Yun said, they were wary of Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace, so they naturally wanted to huddle together for warmth. The one sitting at the center was a middle-aged man whose cultivation was only second-order Emperor realm, a minor realm lower than Li Jiao and Mi Qi. However, in terms of their attitude towards him, it could be seen that both Li Jiao and Mi Qi regarded this person with much respect, and it could also be said that they had a small mind to ingratiate themselves to him. There were not many people in this world who could attract such respect from 2 third-order Emperor realm masters, even causing them to be somewhat anxious and wary about how they spoke. But the wondrous Pill Great Emperor's legacy disciple certainly was among these figures. This man was the last disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperor, ranked 5th Emperor Alchemist Jiying. The 10-year collection of spirit herbs for Medicine Pill Valley could naturally not be left to a junior like Li Xian. This time, Jiying had been the one to lead the collection team to visit all the various top sects. But Jiying had encountered something that delayed his trip as soon as he arrived in Fire Dragon Palace. So he had no choice but to send his 2 disciples to Iceheart Valley and High Heaven Palace. He knew as well that his disciple, Li Xian, was usually a little lustful. That was why he sent his other disciple to Iceheart Valley instead, lest this little brat get himself caught up in the flower field, affecting his mood to cultivate. But lust was not a big problem. After all, Li Xian was young and hot-blooded. After studying alchemy at Medicine Pill Valley all year round, it was only natural that he would feel somewhat pent up for women. In Jiying's opinion, both disciples he accepted were fine seedlings, and as long as he gave them a little guidance, then even if they did not achieve as much as he did, they would not be much worse. Moreover, they usually behaved respectfully, so he was quite at ease to send them off on this little errand. The pavilion was filled with the fragrant scent of tea as the 3 men sat talking with each other while enjoying themselves. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's immaculate flattery put Jiying into a good mood, causing him to wave his hands constantly, laughing incessantly. Who knew how long had passed? But a strange noise suddenly emerged somewhere in the medicine garden. Though the sound was soft, all 3 men were Emperor Realm Masters, so how could they not have noticed it? Jiying rose all of a sudden and looked towards a certain direction in the medicine garden, a look of excitement on his face. The spirit flower is about to bloom! Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, both of them able to see the excitement in each other's eyes as well. Li Jiao quickly said, Grandmaster Ji's vision is truly sharp. If not for Grandmaster Ji's appearance, this Li is afraid that we may not know that this spirit flower would soon bloom. Mi Qi laughed. Grandmaster Ji is an emperor alchemist, and even a legacy disciple of the wondrous Pill Great Emperor. He knows all the spirit flowers and herbs under the heavens like the back of his hand. How could a rough old man like you compare? If you were really to look after the spirit flower, then you'd most likely miss the optimal time when the flower blooms, wasting precious treasures for nothing. Yes, yes, Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. Brother Mi Qi is right. If not for Grandmaster Ji's reminder, then such a precious spirit flower would really have been wasted. Since the spirit flower is about to blossom, why don't we go and take a look? Good, good, good. Jiying nodded excitedly and took the lead in walking over. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, secretly exchanging glances without a word. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a certain spot in the medicine garden where only a single spirit herb was cultivated. It was about half a meter high and had coiled roots and gnarled leaves. Strangely enough, a special aura was emanating from this spirit flower. If Zhu Qing or Yang Kai were here, they would definitely be able to tell at a glance that it was dragon qi. Only, the dragon chi was quite weak, nowhere near as pure as the dragon chi emitted when the two of them used their dragon sources. Even so, this was still quite amazing, as this was just a spirit herb. Quite strangely, the spirit flower not only emitted faint dragon chi, but it also resembled a dragon shrunken down countless times in appearance, stretched across the roots and stalk. Each of its tiny dragon scales could be vividly seen, along with all its claws and its tail. On top of the dragon's head, a blood-red flower bud was slightly unfolded, about to come into bloom, just like a fragile butterfly about to spread its wings and fly into the sky. Jiying was standing 10 meters in front of the spirit herb, holding his breath and watching the flower nervously. From his appearance, rather than waiting for a spirit flower to bloom, it seemed more like his child was about to be born. Li Jiao looked at the spirit flower that was about to bloom with a proud expression on his face, as he silently made a glance at Mi-Chi. Mi-Chi immediately said, "Grandmaster Ji, is this dragon blood flower really that precious? What do you know?" Jiying was looking ahead with rapt attention. When he heard Mi-Chi speak, he subconsciously reprimanded him, but he quickly realized that the person who spoke was not one of his disciples, but rather the sect master of a top sect. Slightly easing his tone, he explained, "Since you are not alchemists, it is only natural that you don't know the rarity of this dragon blood flower. However, as Palace Master Li has been cultivating this dragon blood flower with blood essence all this time, I'm sure he has at least some inkling." Li Jiao quickly said, "I am also muddled when it comes to this flower. I don't know the details too deeply, so if I may please ask Grandmaster Ji to explain." After devoting himself to taking care of this flower for 100 years, how could he not know it well? Only, he naturally wanted to pretend to be ignorant at this moment in order to satisfy the other man's vanity. Jiying nodded. "The dragon blood flower is a natural resource from Dragon Island, and it is something only found on Dragon Island in this world. How precious is that, do you say?" Mi-Chi was shocked. "Truly." He turned to Li Jiao. "Then where did Brother Li get this dragon blood flower from?" Li Jiao laughed. "Years ago, when I ventured out, I thought that this must be something extraordinary, so I brought it back. Who could have guessed that it would gradually begin to wither when I transplanted it here? So I tried to nourish it with my blood essence and fortunately brought it back to life. I have been cultivating it all these years using blood essence since then." "So it was simply by chance?" Mi-Chi pondered. Jiying nodded. What Palace Master Li did was correct. The reason why this dragon blood flower is a special product of Dragon Island is that only dragon blood can nurture it. Looking around the world, where else can you find dragon clan members if not on Dragon Island? So, the dragon blood flower cannot survive even if it appeared anywhere else. Palace Master Li shares the dragon clan's bloodline, so watering it with his blood essence was the correct course of action. Li Jiao was not just a pure human, but rather half monster, said to be the descendant of a human and a dragon. Though not many people know this secret in the Northern Territory, Jiying and Mi-Chi did. Dragon blood flowers needed to be nourished with dragon blood, and even though Li Jiao's dragon clan bloodline was quite thin, it was still present. As such, after many years of devoted care, the dragon blood flower really did grow until the blossoming stage. I assume a dragon clan member fell at the place where Palace Master Li found this dragon blood flower. If not, there is no way that a dragon blood flower would grow there, Jiying quickly said. Li Jiao praised in admiration. "Grandmaster Ji is wise. When I found the dragon blood flower, I did find the bones of a dragon clan member. Only, I have no idea how long it had been dead for, but it had already decayed and broken down a long time ago. The bones of the dragon clan are indestructible. How could it so easily have broken down? It must be because the dragon blood flower drew the nutrients from the skeleton. So that's how it is." Li Jiao nodded his head incessantly as if he were an ignorant child. Jiying said with enthusiasm, "With the dragon blood flower, the dragon blood pill can be refined. This pill will be very useful to Palace Master Li." "Why so?" Li Jiao held back the excitement in his heart and asked modestly. Jiying smiled. "The reason the Dragon Clan on Dragon Island devours dragon blood flowers is mainly to temper their bloodline, purifying their bloodline power. You should have heard that the dragon clan's bloodline is separated into many different levels. Higher-order bloodlines have strong suppressive powers over lower bloodlines, so even if two dragon clan members are close in strength but differ too much in terms of bloodline, the one with the lower bloodline will be powerless against the one with the purer bloodline. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both nodded their heads. Naturally, this was something they knew. The dragon clan is born powerful and can easily cultivate to the emperor realm. Without much effort, they can even achieve power on par with a third-order emperor. Their main goal in cultivation, though, is to purify their bloodline. The higher the purity, the higher their strength becomes. The current great elder of the dragon clan is said to be an 8th-order azure dragon, whose strength is on par with even a great emperor. And above him, there are even legendary 9th-order and 10th-order bloodlines. The dragon blood flower is said to be the most important resource to them. Li Jiao said excitedly, "Does Grandmaster Ji mean that I can also—" "Indeed," Jiying nodded. Though the dragon clan bloodline in Palace Master Li's body is quite thin, it can indeed be enhanced by consuming the dragon blood flower. Of course, the effects will be even better if it is refined into a dragon blood pill. Li Jiao's breathing suddenly quickened. Even though he had already secretly inquired about this news, he still felt that he had not wasted the past 100 years after receiving Ji Ying's confirmation. This dragon blood flower had been obtained by him 100 years ago, and he had been cultivating it with his own blood essence ever since, causing his strength to remain stagnant for many years. Even though both he and Mi Qi were third-order emperor realms, Li Jiao was undoubtedly a bit stronger thanks to his bloodline. But if he could take this dragon blood flower and refine it, then Li Jiao's power would completely eclipse Mi Qi's in one fell swoop. It's just a pity. Jiying suddenly changed the topic, frowning. What's a pity? Li Jiao's heart was clenched in fear that he would hear bad news from Jiying. Jiying smiled. No need to be nervous, Palace Master Li. I just wanted to say that not only is the bloodline of the dragon clan separated into different levels, so too are the grades of dragon blood flowers. Even if this dragon blood flower really blooms, I'm afraid it will only be the lowest grade possible. For a dragon blood flower of such a grade, perhaps no true dragon would even spare it a glance if it were to be found on Dragon Island. However, it was already the most valuable thing here in Flame Dragon Sect's medicine garden. Only because it was rare and hard to find. It was precisely because of this dragon blood flower that Jiying stayed at Fire Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he would have gone to Ice Heart Valley and High Heaven Palace himself to collect all the spirit herbs for the 10-year agreement. He wanted to stay behind to watch the dragon blood flower bloom, which was a rare opportunity for an alchemist. Even though Jiying had been learning alchemy for many years by Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's side, it was the first time he had ever seen the dragon blood flower. Naturally, faced with a spirit flower he was seeing for the first time, his desire as an emperor alchemist was thoroughly stimulated. Mi Qi stood to the side, asking, Grandmaster Ji, other than being useful to Brother Li, is this dragon blood pill useless for human cultivators? Jiying smiled. How could it possibly be useless? Enhancing strength, refining cultivation, tempering the body, the dragon blood pill has infinite uses. After a pause, he said, Palace Master Li, if you are willing to trust this Ji, how about allowing me to refine this dragon blood flower into a spirit pill when it blooms? Li Jiao was overjoyed at his words and cupped his fists. I was just thinking of making such a request. It could not be better if Grandmaster Ji could help. He was completely overjoyed. Even though he was Fire Dragon Palace's palace master, it was not such a simple thing for him to get Jiying to refine a pill for him even with his status. Several times before, he had gone to Medicine Pill Valley in order to ask for help refining pills, but for which pill did he not have to pay a hefty sum and be forced to wait a long time? But this time, Jiying actually took the initiative to offer his services. What's more, he did not ask for payment. It seemed that this dragon blood flower was quite an attractive resource to Jiying too. I'm not sure how many pills can be refined if Grandmaster Ji takes action? Li Jiao asked cautiously. Jiying had a solemn look on his face. I dare not say for sure, but 3 should not be a problem. Every time Jiying refined pills, not only would he collect a generous remuneration, but he would also keep a third of the refined pills. These were his standard rules. So, That was the reason why Li Jiao asked how many I Ching could refine. Now that he heard that he could refine 3, Li Jiao was ecstatic. In this case, he would be able to get at least 2 dragon blood pills, which would be an enormous help to improving his strength. Congratulations, Brother Li. What a joyous occasion. Mi Chi cupped his fists at the side to congratulate him, but he was feeling slightly displeased in his heart. Even though High Heaven Palace's sudden rise following the destruction of Seeking Passion Sect was the reason why Full Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace had recently formed an alliance, who of them did not have their own selfish motives? Naturally, Mi Chi did not hope for Li Jiao to become too strong. In his heart, he secretly prayed that Ji Ying would fail to refine the dragon blood pill. But he also knew how unlikely that was. Ji Ying was an emperor-grade alchemist and his skill was unquestionable. If he said he could refine 3 pills, then he naturally wasn't just boasting. He was sure he could really do it. Li Jiao laughed, looking very pleased. Right at that moment, another strange sound occurred. The 3 of them were taken by surprise and all turned their attention to the dragon blood flower. The blooming dragon blood flower which was about to blossom began to unfurl a little, releasing a crimson light that dazzled their eyes. The 3 emperors were all holding their breaths, not turning away for even an instant. The red light flourished more and more as the flower bloomed like a new life was being born that wanted to break free from that flower as faint dragon chi began spreading out in all directions. Dong dong, dong dong. Li Jiao's heartbeat could clearly be heard. This matter was directly related to the increase in his strength, so he was naturally even more nervous than the other 2. All of a sudden, as if the birth of the flower was being hindered by something, the light suddenly dimmed a little. Even the petals that were about to open up began to coil up again. A withering feeling enveloped the entire plant. Li Jiao's face changed dramatically and he called out in alarm. What? Ji Ying shouted quickly. Palace Masterly! Quickly use your blood essence to feed it before it's too late. The dragon blood flower could only grow using the dragon clan's blood essence as nourishment, so Li Jiao was the only one who could save this peculiar flower at the moment. When he heard Ji Ying's words, Li Jiao didn't think twice and raised his finger, drawing a wound across the tip and using a secret technique to draw a drop of his blood essence out. Go! He shouted, sending the drop of blood essence flying in an arc towards the dragon blood flower, landing steadily into the center of the bud. After receiving this nourishment, the dragon blood flower regained its vitality as expected. The petals began to unfurl even faster than before, its peculiar fragrance permeating in the air. On the other hand, Li Jiao, who had forced out that drop of blood essence, was slightly pale-faced at the moment, looking as if his foundation had been severely damaged. A drop of blood essence would require at least 10 years of dedicated cultivation to restore, but when he thought of the wonderful uses of the dragon blood pill, Li Jiao felt it was all worth it. A loud dragon roar suddenly echoed as the dragon blood flower blossomed in an instant. Following that, a red light sprang out, shooting straight into the sky like a living creature. Ji Ying had been prepared early and he reacted quickly, reaching out his hand and making a grabbing motion, causing the red light to freeze mid-air, though it still struggled visibly. Mi Chi and Li Jiao watched intently, both revealing looks of amazement. That was because they saw the red light take the shape of a tiny dragon. This is a dragon blood flower? Li Jiao and Mi Chi looked at each other. They were both in disbelief. This dragon blood flower didn't look like a flower in the slightest, but rather the spirit of a dragon. Was this truly the dragon blood flower? Ji Ying took out a wooden box that smelled of fragrant sandalwood in excitement and put the dragon blood flower into it before sealing it. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not of a high grade, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to suppress it. The dragon blood flower can only be produced on Dragon Island, and also subdued by only the dragon clan. Since the spirit flower has bloomed, I will leave the alchemy to Grandmaster Ji. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Jiao said respectfully to him, and just leave everything to me. Palace Master Li, if you prepare a secluded chamber for me. Ji Ying nodded. Yes, yes. Li Jiao was overjoyed. He thought that Ji Ying would bring the dragon blood flower back to Medicine Pill Valley in order to refine it, but from what he said, He seemed to have the intention to start refining the pill here. So, how could he not be happy? Mi-Chi forced out a smile. Brother Li, you should go handle that. I'll stay and accompany Grandmaster Ji here. Li Jiao nodded. Good. Please wait for a moment. After that, he turned to leave. Right then, Jiying suddenly took out his communication artifact, but after checking it for a moment, his originally joyful appearance suddenly became filled with rage as he shouted, "Impudence!" Li Jiao was startled and quickly turned around and asked, "What happened?" He thought he had accidentally offended Jiying somehow. Mi-Chi also asked curiously, "Grandmaster Ji, what happened?" Jiying's face turned dark. "Li Xian was beaten." Li Xian. Both Mi-Chi and Li Jiao muttered that name before quickly recalling. Wasn't Li Xian one of Grandmaster Ji's disciples? That boy wasn't old, but both his talent in cultivation and alchemy were quite outstanding. So he was valued and nurtured greatly by Jiying. He had followed Jiying here a few days ago to Fire Dragon Palace, but was sent out to collect spirit herbs after the Dragon Bloodflower incident. Was it Ice Heart Valley or High Heaven Palace? Mi-Chi's heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't help but ask in excitement. If it were the people from High Heaven Palace who beat Li Xian up, then there would be a good show for them to watch. He and Li Jiao were worrying over how they could keep High Heaven Palace's arrogance in check, or better, suppress them. They didn't expect High Heaven Palace to put themselves on the plate before they could even come up with a solution. It's that High Heaven Palace's palace master. Jiying had a furious expression on his face. He beat my disciple and stole the source crystals I gave him to buy the spirit herbs with. This High Heaven Palace is simply lawless. What? Mi-Chi was shocked. They didn't just beat people, but even snatched their source crystals? This? He almost couldn't help himself from throwing his head back and laughing, thinking to himself, High Heaven Palace, you're asking for your own destruction. You think you can touch the people from Medicine Pill Valley however you please? Such impudence! How dare High Heaven Palace despise Medicine Pill Valley? I, Li Jiao, and he are absolutely irreconcilable. Li Jiao also realized that an opportunity had come and quickly exclaimed, Palace Master Li, I'm afraid this alchemy matter will have to be delayed for now. This concerns the reputation of my Medicine Pill Valley, so I must make a trip there personally to see just what that High Heaven Palace is trying to do. Jiying yelled. Even though he promised Li Jiao this was an important matter that he could not delay. Otherwise, if word got out, then it would damage the prestige of both Medicine Pill Valley and Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. It can't be helped. Li Jiao was slightly exasperated. He could have gotten the dragon blood pill immediately, but he didn't expect such an incident to happen out of nowhere. He already had a bad impression of High Heaven Palace to begin with, so now he hated them even more. But Grandmaster Ji, it's better not to go alone. Mi-Chi frowned. Jiying snorted. What's wrong? Would he still dare to act unruly even if I make an appearance personally? Mi-Chi said with a straight face. If it were a Northern Territory cultivator like us, then we naturally wouldn't dare be impudent in front of Grandmaster Ji. However, I heard that High Heaven Palace's palace master is not from the Northern Territory. It seems he is from the Southern Territory. What's more, he is a domineering and unreasonable man who uses all kinds of cruel methods. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have wiped out the Seeking Passion sect. It is better to be on guard against such a ruthless and bloodthirsty man. Grandmaster Ji must not risk his safety so easily. What Brother Mi-Chi said is right, Li Jiao nodded. I have also heard that not only is that brat surnamed Yang savage and domineering, he also colludes with the monster race. It is best to be on guard. Jiying declared, Even if I must enter a dragon's cave, I must go. My disciple has been beaten and my source crystals robbed. If I stay silent on this matter, how will I face my honored master when I return to Medicine Pill Valley? Naturally, the trip has to be made. Mi-Chi and Li Jiao glanced at each other. But Grandmaster Ji mustn't go alone. Indeed. Li Jiao nodded. How about this? As Brother Mi-Chi and I are both free, we can accompany Grandmaster Ji to keep the situation under control. Let's see if that High Heaven Palace truly wants to go against the heavens. Brother Li makes a good suggestion. I agree. If that High Heaven Palace really dares to disrespect Grandmaster Ji, then Brother Li and I will put our lives on the line in order to protect you. Then, I shall trouble you both. Jiying also did not refuse them, mainly because he was feeling anxious from hearing what these two had to say. He was truly worried that High Heaven Palace would not take his status into account and lay a hand on him. We must not delay. Let us set off. High Heaven Palace atop a certain mountain peak. Yang Kai was currently lying on the ground, legs crossed, lazily soaking in the sun. It was a bright day today with not a cloud in the sky, and he was currently being accompanied by beauties in this sunny world. Zhu Qing, who was pouring wine for him to the side, grit her teeth and spat as she shoved the cup in front of him. Drink! In order not to lose him again, Zhu Qing decided to stick by his side at all times, forcing her to endure humiliation after humiliation. She had to put up with Yang Kai's various criticisms and commands, and now she was even serving him like a maid. Her pride was being trampled into a mess, and Zhu Qing felt that there was simply no one more hateful than this man in front of her right now. Yang Kai opened his mouth but did not move. Zhu Qing shot him a hateful glare before lifting the cup to his mouth and pouring it drink down. He drank it in one gulp. Yang Kai opened his mouth again, eyes slightly narrowed with a pleasant expression. Flames of fury were tumbling around in Zhu Qing's chest and wanted nothing more than to burn this man alive with her dragon flames. But she still reached over to pick up a grape-like berry and pop it into Yang Kai's mouth. After chewing a few times, Yang Kai swallowed the fruit, then turned to his side and propped his head up with his hand. Looking at Zhu Qing, "Qing-er, how's your Dragon Island right now?" Zhu Qing responded indifferently, "If you want to know, then just follow me over." "You're talking about that again." Yang Kai frowned. "Do you not want to be friends anymore?" "You're the one who asked." A trace of panic flashed past Zhu Qing's face. It took a lot of effort for her and Yang Kai to become friends, so if he really cut off their relationship because of this, then she would be done for. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Looking at her with interest, he asked, "Do you have any other friends?" Zhu Qing shook her head. "Why would a dragon need friends?" "What a joke." Yang Kai said with a serious look, "Let me tell you, there are many types of friends. Even though we're friends now, we're nothing more than the most ordinary of friends." "There are other types?" Zhu Qing furrowed her brows and asked curiously. "Naturally so." Yang Kai nodded pretentiously. "There are normal friends, then you have close friends above that, and if you go further, intimate friends. And if we were intimate friends, then that would change our relationship. If it were so, it would not be impossible for me to consider visiting Dragon Island." Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. "Then let's be intimate friends? Do you really want to?" Yang Kai looked at her with a solemn expression. "Of course. Let's be intimate." Zhu Qing nodded with certainty. "I wouldn't mind if we became intimate friends, but I'm worried you'll—" Yang Kai took Zhu Qing's dainty hand and gently stroked it. "Find it forced." TSK. Such a smooth and delicate little hand. The texture feels just like the finest silk, making it hard to let go. Zhu Qing frowned and stared at Yang Kai's wanton actions, squirming a little before she pulled her hand back and looked away. "Don't do that. It feels weird," Yang Kai said with a straight face. "Didn't you say you wanted to be intimate friends?" Zhu Qing asked curiously. "Is this what intimate friends have to do?" "Of course." Yang Kai's nostrils were blowing out hot air. "And this is just the basics." Zhu Qing could not help but look a little hesitant. "Then what else do we have to do?" Yang Kai stroked his chin, a wicked smile on his face. "Much, much more. Tell me about it. I'll see if I can manage." Zhu Qing's tender pink neck had become a little red, seemingly becoming aware of something. Just looking at her reaction alone was enough to make one restless. Yang Kai quickly took a deep breath to calm down his tumbling urges before he swiftly laid his head atop Zhu Qing's firm and smooth thighs, the top of his head nudging against her belly as he said comfortably, "Try giving me a rub." Zhu Qing's face was red. Even though it was not her first time having such intimate contact with Yang Kai, and even had done more excessive things before this, Her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, and she became a little flustered. Raising her hands, she pressed her 2 thumbs lightly against Yang Kai's temple and moved them gently in a circular motion. Yang Kai felt his whole body loosen up, like he was floating on clouds. It felt so good he could almost reach his peak. This girl is actually quite cooperative, he thought to himself. He even began to wonder if he should just forget everything that happened up until now and really get to know her properly. Suddenly, a violent force erupted at his temples, as if he had just been hit by 2 hammers at the same time. Yang Kai's face twisted up instantly and his eyes went wide. You really think I don't know anything and will let you do whatever you want? Zhu Qing ground her teeth as a force great enough to move mountains and break seas, her 2 thumbs pressing like drills, spinning hard back and forth against Yang Kai's temples. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yang Kai's head was pinned down so that he was unable to move his body, only able to flail about madly. It may be my first time leaving Dragon Island, but I'm no fool. Don't think you can bully me like this. With gritted teeth, Zhu Qing's fingers kept digging. Yang Kai instantly felt the desire to die. His entire person had become uncomfortable. Body arching, he shot up from the ground, feet landing towards Zhu Qing's head. Zhu Qing easily deflected the blow with a wave of her hand and took this moment to stand up, putting some distance between Yang Kai and herself, panting and glaring at him. Yang Kai swayed a few times, still feeling a little dizzy. He almost couldn't stand straight as he indignantly shouted, "You actually pretended to be innocent in front of me. How could you deceive me so wickedly?" Feeling like he had been cheated, it left a huge scar deep in his heart. "I've had enough of you," Zhu Qing shouted at him through gritted teeth. "It's not like I'm the one who asked you to stay. You're the one that's insistent on staying here and now you're blaming me for that?" Zhu Qing's chest heaved like a volcano that could blow at any moment. She stomped her feet. "Fine. I won't pester you anymore in the future, so don't come looking for me either." What a joke. Yang Kai stood with his arms on his waist, spittle flying everywhere as he spat. "I won't look for you even if every other woman in this world died." Zhu Qing's face instantly turned icy cold, as if a bowl of frost could be scraped off of it. A layer of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes as she calmly said, "Remember what you said." Then, she turned around and left. Yang Kai scoffed and raised his hand, waving, "Good riddance." But he could no longer see Zhu Qing's figure anymore. In a flash, Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared at the top of the mountain. She looked at Yang Kai, then at the direction Zhu Qing left, asking, "Did you quarrel?" "We just couldn't see eye to eye, that's all," Yang Kai coldly snorted. "It's not too late to catch up to her now. She hasn't gone that far yet." Hua Qingxi looked into the distance. "You know how women are? Just coax her a little and she'll be fine. If she can be angry with you, it means she cares about you. She has other intentions." Yang Kai bristled. He then turned to look at Hua Qingxi and asked, "What do you need me for?" Hua Qingxi quickly said, "They're here." Yang Kai's face turned serious before he sneered. "Since they're here, let's go and have a look at the famed great emperor's disciple." Outside the gates of High Heaven Palace, a huge ship hovered mid-air beside the sect defending array, just like a dark cloud covering the sky. 5 figures stood on the deck. Jiying stood at the forefront, waiting with a heavy look on his face. Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master Li Jiao and Full Sky Sect's Sect Master Mi Qi stood quietly to each of his sides just like his guards. Further back were 2 more people, Ji Ying's disciples, one of whom was Li Xian. Li Xian had lost most of his teeth and his cheek was swollen even now. These weren't serious injuries, and as he was an alchemist and came from Medicine Pill Valley, he naturally had some good healing pills with him. This sort of injury could be treated in less than an hour, but he had deliberately not healed himself so that Jiying could see his wounds and know how he was bullied and humiliated at High Heaven Palace. The result was quite good. When Jiying saw how his beloved disciple had been beaten up to resemble a pig's head, even losing most of his teeth, his anger exploded. Li Xian may be a second-generation disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, not a personal student of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, but he was still part of Medicine Pill Valley. It was unforgivable for him to be humiliated in such a way in the Northern Territory. Now, when he arrived at High Heaven Palace and was even blocked outside their gates without receiving the respect he deserved, it gave Ji Ying an even worse impression about this place. "This is simply outrageous," Li Jiao said with indignation. "This High Heaven Palace is simply too arrogant. They should be honored that Grandmaster Ji has personally come to visit, but nobody has come out to receive him. This sect has no manners to speak of." Michi chimed in immediately. "Too true. This High Heaven Palace has no regard for Grandmaster Ji. That means they have no regard for Medicine Pill Valley either." The two of them fanned the flames while they watched the show, wanting nothing more than for High Heaven Palace to offend Ji Ying as much as possible. Ji Ying's already displeased face became even uglier. He was a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and was a noble emperor alchemist. Where in the Northern Territory would he not receive a warm welcome? No matter where he went, people waited on him with great enthusiasm. But he was actually greeted with closed doors here at High Heaven Palace. Just now, there was some head manager who came out, asking a few questions before she went back inside, now nowhere to be seen. Was this how unruly High Heaven Palace was? As the saying goes, seeing is believing. When he heard Michi and Li Jiao talking about High Heaven Palace, Ji Ying knew that they were deliberately discrediting this place, but now, his own personal experience proved that this High Heaven Palace really wasn't anything good. "Master, you have to obtain justice for this disciple." Li Xian found the right time to jump out, sobbing and snotty while he spoke incoherently. Not only did that High Heaven Palace master beat this disciple, he even snatched away this disciple's source crystals meant to purchase the spirit herbs. He did not take this disciple seriously even after I told him honored master and ancestral founder's name. "You can't let him go easily, honored master." "What?" Ji Ying's face changed and he said fiercely, "He actually dares to disregard honored master's name?" Even though he was angry with what he and his disciple encountered thus far, it was not to the degree that he lost his mind. But when he heard from Li Xian that High Heaven Palace's palace master actually disdained the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, Ji Ying completely erupted. Observing his reaction, Li Xian turned his eyes away and said, He even said, "What did he say?" Ji Ying asked with a dark face. Li Xian said meekly, "Disciple doesn't dare to say." "Speak." Ji Ying glared at him. His senior brother at the side also said, "Junior brother, what has that man said? Tell honored master everything. Don't be afraid." Only then did Li Xian let loose as if he had found the courage. He said, "Alchemists are all bloated fools, thinking we are masters just because we know alchemy." He said that we were all worthless in his eyes. "Impudence!" Ji Ying shouted. Li Xian fell to his knees. "Honored master, I wasn't the one who said it. It was him. Master naturally knows that you didn't say such disgraceful words." Ji Ying took a deep breath and calmed himself before raising his hand. "Get up." Li Xian staggered up and lifted his sleeve to wipe the corners of his eyes, covering the sinister grin that appeared on his face. As Ji Ying's disciple, he naturally knew what Ji Ying's reverse scale was. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor was Ji Ying's honored teacher, and the alchemic Tao was what Ji Ying spent his whole life pursuing. These two things weighed more to Ji Ying than even his own life, so he would never allow anyone off easily if they dared profane them. And now, from what he was told, Xianxia violated both of these taboos, so it would be strange if he had a good end after this. "Let's see how you die now." Li Xian cheered in his heart. "Grandmaster Ji, it seems like this High Heaven Palace has no need to exist anymore. If we really allow them to stay in the Northern Territory, it would be nothing more than a great shame." Li Jiao said coldly, "Grandmaster Ji, we should gather our allies in the Northern Territory and band together to condemn High Heaven Palace." Michi echoed his sentiments. "My full Sky sect will devote all of its strength to eradicate this malignant growth from the Northern Territory." Ji Ying frowned deeply for quite some time before finally saying, "We shall decide how to proceed once I have met the palace master of this High Heaven Palace." He was not someone who made decisions based solely on his emotions. Even though his fury was hard to restrain, what he heard was nothing more than his disciple's side of the story. Even though he thought Li Xian couldn't lie to him, it was better to see what High Heaven Palace's palace master wanted first. If things were truly as Li Xian said, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move against High Heaven Palace then. Mi Qi and Li Jiao exchanged helpless glances. Both of them knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, so they remained silent. On the other hand, a trace of panic flashed across Li Xian's face. He had exaggerated what happened to Jiying just now and even fabricated several big lies. He was really afraid of him confronting High Heaven Palace's palace master face-to-face and hearing a different story. But on second thought, he had always put on a well-behaved appearance in front of his honored master, so even if the other party spoke differently, with no proof, his honored master would surely side with him rather than an outsider. When Li Xian thought about things this way, he instantly felt much better. A red light suddenly emerged that suddenly shot out from High Heaven Palace, flying out of the sect defending array. When it arrived in front of the ship, the red light paused for a moment, revealing a small and delicate figure. It was Zhu Qing, who had just left in anger. In actual fact, she was actually feeling extremely regretful that she had fallen out with Yang Kai earlier and left in a moment of rage, completely forgetting the task given to her by her elders. She was cursing Yang Kai in her heart for putting her in this awkward situation with his lack of propriety, and for not even trying to stop her or persuade her to stay. When she suddenly saw the ship stopped outside the sect defending array, she naturally looked over in curiosity. Her eyes swept past Mi Qi and Jiying without pause, only pausing on Li Jiao for a moment as the corners of her mouth twitched, seemingly out of disdain. Inexplicably, Li Jiao felt his heart clench, like he was being stared at by a vicious predator. He suddenly had the impression that this petite woman in front of him could kill him at will. He was flabbergasted at how he could suddenly feel such a thing. He was already a third-order emperor, so the only ones who could kill him at will would be great emperors. Could this woman in front of him be a great emperor? But that was impossible. He had never heard of a great emperor who looked like this before. Flower Shadow Great Emperor may be a woman, but she definitely did not look like this. What's going on? Li Jiao was confused for a moment, wondering whether he was too on edge and imagining things. It's you, Li Xian called out as he pointed at Zhu Qing, eyes bloodshot as if he were looking at his most hated enemy. Who is she? Jiying asked with a frown. This woman had flown out from High Heaven Palace, so she should be one of their people. Could she be High Heaven Palace's palace master? But that didn't make sense, as High Heaven Palace's palace master was supposed to be a man named Yang Kai. Honored master, it's her. She also hit this disciple along with High Heaven Palace's palace master. This disciple suffered a lot because of her. Li Xian began to cry. She laid hands on you? Jiying's face turned dark. That's right. She was the one who hit this disciple first. She is an Emperor Realm Master, while this disciple is only in First Order Dao Source Realm. There was no way this disciple could have fought back. Li Xian cried out with snot and tears flowing, appearing extremely hurt. Shameless! Jiying cursed angrily. Originally, he had a good impression of this woman when he saw how beautiful she was and how nobly she carried herself, but after hearing what Li Xian said, that good impression crashed. In an instant, he felt that this woman was abominable no matter her outward appearance. To actually bully the weak even though you're an Emperor Realm Master. It is simply a disgrace to all emperors. Mi Qi shouted angrily and pushed his Emperor Qi. Let this king teach you a lesson and exact justice from martial nephew Li. As he said that, he shot towards Zhu Qing like a great pung spreading its wings. Jiying's expression changed, seemingly wanting to stop Mi Qi's reckless move. But on second thought, he gave up and just stood there with a grim expression. It would be good to teach this High Heaven Palace a lesson, so it thought twice about being so arrogant. He wasn't worried that Mi Qi wouldn't be this woman's opponent, since he was, after all, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if this woman was strong, she should pose no threat to Mi Qi. Zhu Qing furrowed deeply as her anger erupted. She was already enraged from the grievances Yang Kai inflicted upon her. So now that Mi Qi was taking the initiative to rush at her, it gave her a chance to vent. Raising her arm, she swung her fist out, punching straight towards Mi Qi's chest. Mi Qi's hands moved quickly to form a large seal, and he sneered, A measly thing like you dares to contend with this king? Pushing forward both hands, emperor pressure spread out. Miqi's move was extremely fierce, as if he wanted to suppress Zhu Qing in one hit. The dainty fist flew forward without pause though, a vortex of power forming around it as it shredded everything in his path, smashing apart Miqi's seal as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. What? Miqi's expression drastically as fear surged up from deep within himself. Only now did he realize that he had greatly underestimated his opponent. Even though this woman did not use her emperor qi, her raw strength was beyond extraordinary. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to execute another move to defend himself, it was too late. He could only gather up his emperor qi hastily in order to guard himself. Hong long long. As Zhu Qing's delicate-looking fist made contact with Miqi's chest, a large depression instantly formed. Jiying and the others standing behind Miqi could clearly see the bulge appearing on Miqi's back, making it look like he was an old hunched man, while at the same time, a wave of pressure burst out behind him, exploding a big hole in the robes Miqi wore. The sect master of one of the top sects in the Northern Territory, Full Sky Sect, the Third Order Emperor Realm Master Miqi, was sent flying and crashed heavily into the protective barrier of the ship, planting him spread-eagled mid-air. The sound of someone gasping was heard. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even though they suspected Miqi had underestimated his opponent, being able to devastate him in one hit proved beyond any doubt the strength of this woman. Li Xian, who was originally excited to watch how Miqi was going to get justice for him, suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his neck, almost causing his eyes to pop out of their sockets. His whole body began trembling as his heart was filled with fear. He was slapped by Zhu Qing the other day, but he didn't suffer anything more than a sore cheek. But if she had hit him with this much power that day, would there even be ashes left? Cold sweat poured down his whole body. Only after being stunned for quite a while did Jiying remember to lower the protective barrier and bring Miqi inside. This king underestimated Youhua. Landing on the deck, Miqi was just about to say something to save some face when he coughed out a mouthful of blood mid-sentence. His face was as pale as paper. Jiying was shocked and quickly fed him a spirit pill. "Who are you people?" After punching Miqi, Zhu Qing felt much better and asked while looking coldly ahead at them. Jiying was furious. He thought that this person had come with the sole intention to humiliate him. After all, he had already informed the so-called head manager of his status while this petite woman had just come out from High Heaven Palace. How could she possibly now know who he was? She was clearly asking despite knowing the answer. Had High Heaven Palace already grown this conceited? "Qinger, don't be rude." A bellow came from afar, and by the time it was heard, Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi had already arrived together. Zhu Qing glared at him, but then she turned her eyes away. "Don't think I'll forgive you just because you called me Qinger. Grandmaster Ji has come from afar. This palace master apologizes for not welcoming you sooner and hopes Grandmaster Ji can be magnanimous." Yang Kai cupped his fists with a smile, appearing neither overbearing nor servile, instead putting himself on equal footing with Jiying. On the way here, he also learned of this man's identity from Hua Qingxi, the fifth disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor Alchemist Jiying. Jiying responded indifferently, "Palace Master Yang is polite. It was this Ji who came uninvited and disturbed your noble palace." Even though he felt annoyed that this man made him wait so long before appearing, one does not greet a smile with a raised hand. He couldn't fall out with him as soon as he came out, could he? Yang Kai smiled broadly. "I have long heard of Grandmaster Ji's esteemed name. It is a great honor to have you here at my High Heaven Palace, so please, do tell me what brings you here." Li Jiao confronted him coldly. "Palace Master Yang, Grandmaster Ji made the trip here personally, and you are still keeping him out with this sect defending array? Is this how your High Heaven Palace treats its guests? Your Excellency is..." Yang Kai glanced at Li Jiao. Jiying introduced, "This is Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master, Li Jiao." "So it is Palace Master Li. And who is that man spitting blood over there?" Yang Kai turned his attention to Miqi. Michi had already taken a spirit pill to suppress the tumbling blood inside of him. But hearing these words almost made him spit out another mouthful of blood. Jiying answered, "This is full sky sect master, Michi." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "So, sect master Mi has come as well." Li Jiao coldly snorted. "And Palace Master Yang doesn't seem to welcome brother Mi and me very much." Yang Kai stroked his chin and thought seriously for a moment. "Indeed, you are not very welcome. Simply ridiculous. These two guys have banded together, obviously to pick a fight, and they're asking me whether I welcome them or not. They must be sick in the head." Li Jiao's breath almost got stuck in his throat as his face turned ugly. Even those with power and status like him and Michi had to display some decorum despite how much they disliked a person. If Yang Kai had gone to his Fire Dragon Palace, he would still treat him with courtesy despite wanting to kick him out on sight. That was simple manners. But who could have anticipated that this Yang Kai would be so blunt and disrespectful? Yang Kai chuckled seeing this reaction and continued, "But since you're already here, please do come in." As he said that, he opened the sect-defending array. It made him seem extremely reluctant. Jiying collected the ship and flew into High Heaven Palace with the others. "Please, follow me." After saying that, Yang Kai turned around and led the way. After flying out some distance, he turned back and shouted, "Qinger, why are you still out there?" Zhu Qing was originally waiting there bitterly for Yang Kai to come and apologize, and she decided she would forgive him for his impertinence as long as he could say a few coaxing words to her. However, after waiting for so long, he never even spared her a glance in the end. She couldn't help but feel a little hurt. Am I really going to leave just like this? What about the mission elder entrusted to me? What about the ancestral dragon source? The moment she heard Yang Kai's shout, she turned around and scurried back into High Heaven Palace, following right behind Yang Kai with a pout on her lips. Watching Yang Kai's back, her lips opened and closed, but none of them could hear what she was muttering about. From the shape of her lips, though, she seemed to be cursing him. "Palace Master Yang, this woman is—" Li Jiao asked quietly. He had no idea why, but having Zhu Qing follow along at the back made him feel prickly all over. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as if the one following behind them was not a marvelous beauty, but rather an ancient beast that was going to devour him. It sent chills running up his spine. "Haha, just a little servant girl. Please don't mind her, Palace Master Li." Yang Kai casually blabbed. "Servant girl?" Li Jiao looked speechless. "Is that not an insult to me, Palace Master Yang?" Michi almost choked himself to death, feeling extremely irritated. Her strength was unfathomable, so how could she possibly be a servant girl? In the outside world, this woman was more than strong enough to found a top sect of her own. If she was truly just a servant girl, then wouldn't he be less than a mere servant girl? "Why would I humiliate you? I don't hold a grudge against you." Yang Kai grinned. "If I really did have a grudge, I still would not have humiliated you either. It would be much faster to just kill you." Michi had no idea what Yang Kai was trying to insinuate, but he quickly shut his mouth. He could tell at a glance that this Yang Kai wasn't someone to be messed with. He instinctively felt that his decision to accompany Jiying on this trip was a bad one. If things went poorly, then his lifetime of fame and fortune would end here. "Qinger, go and prepare up some tea for our guests." Yang Kai turned around to order Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's face turned dark and she eyed Yang Kai angrily. Yang Kai, however, just glared at her. "Good." Zhu Qing submitted helplessly and turned around, flying off in another direction. "I'll help you." Hua Qingxi quickly followed her. Inside High Heaven Palace's reception hall, both guests and hosts were seated. Jiying's face looked a bit displeased because Yang Kai sat at the head of the table, putting him below him. This had never happened before. He had always been treated as the guest of honor in any sect in the Northern Territory, and the head seat was always reserved for him. That was the case for his visit to Fire Dragon Palace just now as well. If this happened at any other time, Jiying would not have cared too much, as a guest should suit the convenience of the host after all. No matter how noble his status was, he was still an outsider in another's home. In any case, seating order was a mere formality, not something worth bickering over. But he already had a preconceived impression of High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai, further strengthening his idea that Yang Kai did not show him any regard. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't think about this issue at all. He was the host, so it was only natural that he should sit at the front and entertain his guests. Turning his eyes over, he chuckled. What a coincidence that Grandmaster Ji has arrived with 2 other sect masters. Jiying quickly said, It was no coincidence. This Ji came with Palace Master Li and Sect Master Mi acting as escorts. Yang Kai was curious. Grandmaster Ji is a highly respected man, and with Medicine Pill Valley's renowned name in the Northern Territory, there can't possibly be someone with no eyes who would dare to stir up trouble with Grandmaster Ji, right? I also heard that the Northern Territory was a very peaceful place. Li Jiao coldly snorted. Things were indeed peaceful in the past, but recently, it has not been so. There were insinuations laced in his words, and there was no way Yang Kai wouldn't notice this. Li Jiao was pointedly saying that High Heaven Palace's founding and rise in the Northern Territory had robbed it of its tranquility. As if he didn't understand the hidden meaning in these words, though. Yang Kai turned to Li Xian, who was standing behind Jiying, and smiled. Little brother, we meet again so soon. Li Xian's face paled and he yelped. What do you want? I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Half of it was just pretend, but half of it was actual fear. After what he suffered at Yang Kai's hand last time, facing him still made his heart jump. Yang Kai snickered. Little brother is such a joker. It seems like this palace master's hospitality was lacking last time, causing little brother to have some complaints. If little brother is free, then why not stay here as a guest for a while? This palace master will definitely make you feel at home. Li Xian answered back angrily. Who wants to be your guest? With his honored master here, Li Xian was much bolder than before and did not grovel like last time. Zhu Qing and Hua Qingxi came over with tea at that moment and proceeded to serve everyone. Hua Qingxi's attitude was still acceptable, but Zhu Qing ruthlessly tossed the cups onto the table, spilling tea all over the place. Yang Kai was furious and struck the table. What are you doing? What happened to courtesy? I'm talking to you. Come back here. But there was no sign of Zhu Qing as she left immediately after serving the tea. Yang Kai shouted for a while before helplessly saying, Grandmaster Ji, please do not blame her for her behavior. This girl has a bit of an unruly personality. This palace master will certainly lecture her properly after this. Jiying was indifferent. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai smiled. Grandmaster Ji is magnanimous. Now then, I wonder what Grandmaster Ji has come to my High Heaven Palace for. Mi Chi slammed the table and stood up, sneering. Palace Master Yang. Why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you know perfectly well what you did several days ago? Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eye. This palace master is not sure what he has done to rile up Sect Master Mi. This should be our first meeting, so this palace master should not have any grudges with your full sky sect either. Mi Chi grunted. This king and palace master Li are here today in order to seek justice from Marshal Nephew Li. Palace Master Yang, you should know that your misdeeds will catch up to you someday when you commit too many, so please be more self-aware. Otherwise, you may lead your High Heaven Palace to ruin. Li Jiao also nodded at the side. Brother Mi is right. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. So to say, the two of you have come to my High Heaven Palace to cause trouble? But I don't even know what my High Heaven Palace has done to offend you. Mi Chi said, the one you have offended is neither Brother Li nor I, but Medicine Pill Valley. Medicine Pill Valley is the Northern Territory's holy land, so offending them is equal to offending the entire Northern Territory. As someone from the Northern Territory, naturally we can't just stand by and do nothing. Yang Kai was surprised. When have I offended Medicine Pill Valley? Jiying's face was dark as he spat. My poor disciple is in such a state and Palace Master Yang still wants to quibble? Yang Kai turned to look at him. Then he swept a glance at Li Xian's sullen cheek, seemingly only coming to his senses then as he exclaimed, Oh, so that's how it is. Ji Ying looked expressionlessly at him. Palace Master Yang, you're not going to tell me that you weren't the one who hit my disciple, are you? No, that's right. I hit him. Yang Kai nodded and admitted it. Ji Ying was furious, barking through gritted teeth. Palace Master Yang is an Emperor Realm Master, yet he deems to bully the weak? Why would you humiliate my disciple like this? Do you have no regard for my medicine Pill Valley at all? Such impudence, Yang Kai! Grandmaster Ji, we must not let this matter pass. Otherwise Medicine Pill Valley will be brought to shame if word were to spread. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both shouted angrily, as if they were the ones who were beaten and not Li Xian. They couldn't wait to inflame Ji Ying's anger in order to give Yang Kai a taste of his own medicine. What else do you have to say for yourself? Ji Ying looked grimly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised a brow. Should I not teach the child a lesson if he has done wrong? Done wrong. A hint of anger flashed past Ji Ying's face. My disciple has always been a sensible and good child. What kind of wrong has he done to deserve such a punishment from Palace Master Yang? Yang Kai eyed Li Xian with a smile, saying after some thought, I wish to know exactly what your good disciple has told you, Grandmaster Ji. Ji Ying coldly snorted and ordered, Xianer, tell me in detail what happened to you that day. Don't be afraid, Master will stand up for you. Li Xian was a little hesitant. After all, what he told Ji Ying was a pile of lies. Now that Yang Kai was here, Li Xian really didn't have the guts to confront him. But if he didn't speak now, he would look guilty, and his attempt to slander would be exposed. Knowing his honored master's temperament, Li Xian knew he might not be forgiven for such deception if he was exposed. But if his honored master was willing to believe his words, then it wouldn't matter what he said. With such thoughts, a cruel light flashed past Li Xian's eyes as he steeled himself. This is what happened. Li Xian may not have been very old, but he was quite articulate. In his elaboration, he came to High Heaven Palace on Ji Ying's orders to buy spirit herbs. Yet he was stopped outside their gates and forced to wait bitterly for several days before someone finally came to ask what he wanted. After learning his purpose, he was beaten up directly. Not only was he wounded, but he was also robbed of all the source crystals he was given to buy spirit herbs with. As he spoke, it was as if he was recalling what happened that day. Li Xian's face went pale and his body trembled, even wiping tears from his eyes, whether true or faked, filling his listeners with grief and indignation. In the end, his speech became clearer and clearer and his voice louder and louder. His back also straightened up as if what he said really happened to him. Ji Ying's face was getting uglier and uglier. But Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both feeling pleased inside. They knew that the worse Li Xian's experience was, the bigger the trouble there would be for High Heaven Palace and Yang Kai. Look at what you've done. Once Li Xian finished speaking, Mi Qi immediately jumped out and pointed at Yang Kai in a rage. The strong bullying the weak. As an Emperor Realm Master, not only did you lay hands on a Dao Source Realm Junior, you even shamelessly robbed him. You are simply a disgrace to all cultivators in our northern territory. Yang Kai ignored him and instead looked at Li Xian with a smile. Are you sure there's nothing else you want to add? Li Xian's body trembled, and he quickly hid behind Ji Ying. Palace Master Yang, are you threatening my disciple? Ji Ying looked coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shrugged. It's not a threat, just a question. So, that means you're admitting it? Yang Kai frowned and looked firmly at Ji Ying. Grandmaster Ji, do you truly believe what your disciple said? Ji Ying snorted. My disciple has been under my tutelage for 10 years. I watched him grow up and know his nature very well. He is definitely not the type of person to make something out of nothing. Yang Kai shrugged again. In that case, nothing I say would have any meaning. Ji Ying grunted. Do you have a different story to tell? No. Oh, I just think that Grandmaster Ji's eyes are not very good when it comes to picking disciples. Ji Ying narrowed his eyes. If there is anything you want to say in your defense, I can give it a listen. But if not, then this High Heaven Palace has no need to exist anymore. You must also return with me to Medicine Pill Valley to receive punishment. To be able to decide the fate of a top sect with just mere words, Only a legacy disciple of wondrous pill great emperors had such rights. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. I am not guilty of anything, Jiying said, showing no regard for my honored master, wondrous pill great emperor, and looking down on all the alchemists in this world are your greatest sins. Xianxia raised his voice. If all disciples of the wondrous pill great emperor are as rotten as you are, and as cunning as Li Xian, then this palace master really does not have any regard for him. And what of Medicine Pill Valley? Your so-called Holy Land is clearly nothing more than a cesspool of wanton wastes and degenerates. Ji Ying's face changed dramatically. Impudence. Xianxia looked at him with disdain. I'm impudent, and so what? Come and bite me if you have the ability to do so. You? Jiying pointed his finger at Xianxia. He really wanted to go up and bite him to death, but despite having second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, he was ultimately an alchemist. He had very little experience fighting people, so he could not take that risk. Eyes sweeping to the side, Mi Qi and Li Jiao understood and both pushed their Emperor Qi in preparation to pounce. At that moment, 3 astonishing monster Qi auras suddenly erupted. 3 figures flickered in from outside the hall, standing in front of Mi Qi and Li Jiao. You want to make a move? Try it if you dare. Shilei cracked his fists as he looked darkly at the men before him. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both shocked and instantly froze in place, both feeling on edge. Even though they knew that there were monster race masters in High Heaven Palace, and that these masters were involved in the destruction of Seeking Passion sect, they never thought that there would actually be 3 monster kings here. In a 2 against 3, they had no chance of winning. Not to mention, there was still that girl called Qing'er among their ranks. That woman was able to send Mi Qi flying with a single punch, so her strength could only be greater than these 3 monster kings. This place was a dragon cave and tiger den all in one. Where did High Heaven Palace find all these incredible masters? With this level of heritage, they were almost on par with a great emperor sect, only lacking a great emperor to assume command. Jiying felt chills over his body at that moment. How many years had it been since he last encountered such danger? The monster Qi rolling over him was almost suffocating. But he was still the disciple of a great emperor after all, and his mental strength and cultivation were not just for show. Though his expression turned grave, he did not panic. What are your intentions here? Jiying looked gravely at Xianxia. Xianxia responded, nothing at all, since Grandmaster Ji is willing to believe what his disciple says. This palace master thinks it is useless to argue, so I won't bother with petty words. Instead, let me show you something interesting. Something interesting? Jiying frowned, having no idea what Xianxia was up to. Xianxia clapped his hands and looked out the hall. Come in! Everyone looked over in unison, only to see a man walk in from the outside before standing in the middle of the hall and cupping his fists. Greetings, Palace Master. N. Xianxia nodded lightly. You? Grandmaster Nanmen, what are you doing here? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both stared wide-eyed at Nanmen Dejun, who had just entered, unable to believe their eyes. As sect masters of 2 of the top sects in the Northern Territory, they naturally had dealings with Nanmen Dejun before. They knew that this man was highly accomplished in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, his achievements only matched by his aloof and arrogant character. They had tried in the past to recruit Nanmen Dejun into their sects, but never had any success. When they saw Nanmen Dejun here, treating Xianxia with such respect, it felt a little unreal to both Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Was this really that Nanmen Dejun they knew? To think he could actually bow down to another person of his own free will. I am now the Chief Array Master of High Heaven Palace. Why shouldn't I be here? Nanmen Dejun glanced at the 2 men. Chief Array Master. Grandmaster Nanmen, you. AI. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shocked and a little disappointed to hear this. They had tried many times to recruit Nanmen Dejun, but they were always rejected by him. How long had this High Heaven Palace been established yet they actually managed to rope him in? What sort of tricks did that damn Xianxia use to achieve this? Xianxia just smiled lightly and continued, Grandmaster Nanmen, bring that thing out. Yes. Nanmen Dejun answered and suddenly took out several array flags from his space ring, placing them in a neat arrangement before him. In just a few moments, a spirit array was laid down. However, the crowd was confused and had no idea what he was trying to show them by arranging the spirit array. Nanmen Dejun took out another item from his space ring next. One that looked like a mirror but strangely did not show any kind of reflection. A somewhat unsettling sight. Holding up the mirror-like object, Nanmen Dejun explained, "This is an item I procured in my early years. It is called the image recording crystal, and just as its name suggests, it can record some images. I have no idea how it was refined despite asking several artifact refining grandmasters to examine it. None of those grandmasters were even able to tell what sort of material it is made of. I rarely use this in usual times, so please excuse me for my inadequacy." Image recording crystal. Image recording. When they heard that, they vaguely understood what Nanmen Dejun meant to do. Li Xian's face paled as he stared dumbly at the image recording crystal, seemingly not having expected that such an astonishing thing existed in this world. Jiying frowned and sent a thoughtful glance at Li Xian, at which point Li Xian couldn't help but dodge his gaze, causing Jiying's face to turn even uglier. Nanmen Dejun tossed the image recording crystal into the air and waved an array flag in his hand. Emperor Qi surged up and the center of the room was suddenly shrouded. A light then shot out from that image recording crystal, spreading out in all directions. A fairly clear image emerged at the center of the hall. The crowd all looked over and instantly recognized the scene depicted as High Heaven Palace's main gate. That was because a giant stone slate with the 3 characters, High Heaven Sect, inscribed onto it was right at the center of the image, clear for all to see. At that moment, 4 figures were present in the image. One of them was none other than Li Xian. Besides him, there were 3 women, 2 of which were the women who left earlier, the one called Qing'er clearly among them. No sound was transmitted as the image recording crystal seemed to only be able to record images. As Nanmen Dejun fed it his Emperor Qi, the image kept on changing, as if recreating the past vividly. In front of everyone's eyes, Li Xian went up to Zhu Qing with a playful smile on his face, but it was not known what was said. Zhu Qing ignored him with a cold expression on her face. Li Xian tried several times to take advantage of Zhu Qing following his first failed attempt, but despite her looking angrier and angrier, all she did was avoid him. After a few moments, as Li Xian's actions grew more and more unruly, only then did Zhu Qing send him flying with a slap across the face. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly appeared, and after seeming to ask a few questions, he sent a big slap across Li Xian's face, sending him flying with his teeth scattering into the air. Oh! The show continued on, only ending after Li Xian left on his ship. Nanmen Dejun collected the array flags and the image recording crystal before cupping his fists to Yang Kai, turning around and leaving the hall. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both looked at Li Xian with strange looks in their eyes, their expressions a mix of anger and amusement. They learned just how strong Zhu Qing was earlier, so they naturally understood that even they were no match for her. Yet this Li Xian actually dared to profane her. It was the great blessings of all his ancestors that Li Xian was let off with just a slap on the cheek. If he were not protected by his identity as a Medicine Pill Valley disciple, he would have been turned into a blood mist back then. But even more abominably, this boy actually dared to slander Yang Kai, not only accusing him of beating him, but also of snatching away his source crystals. Now that they had been led here, muddle-headed by his trickery, it was hard for them to even think of getting out of this unscathed. Jiying's eyes were set ablaze as he turned around to glare at Li Xian, a face filled with disappointment and sadness. "Master, I was wrong. This disciple was wrong. I ask Master to please punish this disciple." Li Xian fell to his knees. With the image recorded by that image recording crystal, he knew it was useless to quibble. The only thing he could do now was quickly admit to his wrongs and hope that Jiying would take their bond as master and disciple into account and not punish him too harshly. "I didn't expect you to be such a person." Jiying was so angry and upset with Li Xian that he instinctually raised his hand at him. He really did not expect his cherished disciple that appeared so well-behaved and sensible in front of him would actually dare to act so disgracefully and deceitfully. It was extremely disappointing. "Master!" Li Xian was shocked and quickly crouched down on the ground with his hands covering his head. Yet the slap he expected never came down. After a long time, Jiying let out a long sigh and put his hand down, calmly declaring, "Leave." Li Xian raised his head and looked at Jiying in shock. "From now on, you are no longer my, Jiying's disciple, nor are you a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley. If you dare try to use Medicine Pill Valley's name in the future for malicious gains, then I will not forgive you," Jiying said with a flick of his sleeve. "Master." Only then did Li Xian begin to panic. He knew that Jiying was really going to expel himself from the sect this time. As a disciple of Medicine Pill Valley, he had gained many benefits and had a bright future ahead of him. So how could he be willing to leave? If he really were to be exiled by Medicine Pill Valley, then there would probably be no place for him in the vast northern territory. "Say one more word and I'll kill you." Jiying did not look at him. His expression was firm, determined to drive him out of Medicine Pill Valley. Jiying was regretful. He regretted not being able to see right from wrong, for believing a cunning villain like Li Xian who told such outrageous lies. If he allowed Li Xian to remain in Medicine Pill Valley, there was no telling just how much damage he would bring to Medicine Pill Valley in the future. If his own honored master, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, had his name tarnished as a result, there would be no redemption Jiying could hope for. Li Xian wanted to plead for mercy, but how could he dare to say anything more after hearing such a threat? The senior brother next to him directed a serious look at him at that moment, and only then did Li Xian stand up with tears in his eyes and rush out of the hall. The hall fell silent for a while, with only the sound of Xianxia drinking tea to be heard. Only after a long time did Jiying manage to compose himself and mutter self-deprecatingly, "It seems that Palace Master Yang was right. This Ji truly does not have an eye for disciples." Xianxia responded indifferently, "If it weren't for Grandmaster Nanman's image recording crystal, then I'm afraid this Palace Master would not have been able to defend himself today. If he and Li Xian were to confront each other with only words, neither side having proof of their stories, Jiying would definitely choose to believe Li Xian and not him. If the accusations of him looking down on Medicine Pill Valley, and even beating and robbing one of its disciples were to become set in stone, how could High Heaven Palace still establish itself in the Northern Territory? Knowing that he must feel wronged, Jiying cupped his fists. Today's incident came as a surprise to this Ji. I was deceived by the words of that villain, and I hope Palace Master Yang will not blame me for this mistake. This Ji deeply apologizes to Palace Master Yang. After saying that, he stood up and bowed to Xianxia. Xianxia remained seated and answered, "Grandmaster Ji is polite. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, then it is no longer a problem." Jiying said, "Palace Master Yang is magnanimous. This Ji is ashamed." But after a pause, he added, "But there is one thing that this Ji must say." Xianxia looked at him, "Please speak. Since this Ji has come today, then I can consider what Palace Master Yang said before as just words out of anger, nothing to complain about. But if Palace Master Yang were to meet my senior brothers in the future, please do not say such words again." "Say what?" Xianxia frowned. "Words of contempt for our Medicine Pill Valley," Jiying said justly. Xianxia suddenly remembered what he said about Medicine Pill Valley. Smiling brightly, he said, "I'll remember it." Indeed, he had spoken out of anger at that time. Jiying said seriously, "As an alchemist, my goal may not be to pursue the martial Tao, but what I cultivate is still one of the grand Taos, and the only one to ascend to the height of Great Emperor by pursuing the alchemic Tao throughout the ages is my honored master. Medicine Pill Valley is widely regarded as a cultivation paradise and hallowed ground for all cultivators in the Northern Territory. If someone with ill intentions were to spread what Palace Master Yang said today, it would undoubtedly offend all alchemists in the star boundary. How would Palace Master Yang still be able to ask for someone to refine pills in the future if that happened?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao's eyes lit up at these words as they began devising plans in their hearts, thinking about whether they should spread what Xianxia said and make him an enemy of all alchemists. Xianxia, however, just laughed and replied, "I don't need to ask for anyone's help for that. This palace master can handle it himself." Jiying was stunned. looking at Yang Kai in amazement. Could it be that Palace Master Yang is an alchemist as well? Even Mi Qi and Li Jiao were wide-eyed in disbelief, as if they had just heard something astonishing. Yang Kai nodded. I know a thing or two about alchemy. Jiying couldn't help but be intrigued. May I ask what grade Palace Master Yang had managed to achieve? Yang Kai stroked his chin. If I can refine Emperor-grade pills, what grade would I be? What? Jiying was shocked. If he could refine Emperor-grade spirit pills, didn't that make him an Emperor alchemist? How many Emperor alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Don't look at how he and his fellow brothers had already reached this level. Naturally, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had high standards when it came to accepting disciples, so after so many years of his personal instruction, would it not prove that Wondrous Pill Great Emperor had a bad eye for disciples if Jiying and his senior disciples weren't even able to achieve that much? They were them and others were others. Besides them, all the Emperor alchemists added up in the star boundary probably wouldn't exceed 20. Jiying was shocked to suddenly hear that Yang Kai was able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills. Very soon, though, his face darkened again and he said with some displeasure, I hope Palace Master Yang isn't making a crass joke. How could Emperor-grade spirit pills be so easy to refine? Only an Emperor alchemist was able to refine Emperor-grade spirit pills. If just anyone could become an Emperor alchemist, then their status in the star boundary wouldn't be so high. Yang Kai clearly didn't look old, so he could already be considered a heaven-defying genius to be able to raise his cultivation to the Emperor realm. How could he have had any time to study the profound alchemic Tao as well? That was how Jiying concluded that Yang Kai was purely speaking nonsense. This was simply an insult to all alchemists and a scorn to the alchemic Tao. Sure enough, this man had no regard for alchemists. Though his unfilial disciple Li Xian had flipped white and black, fabricating lies, it seemed he was not wrong on this point. Jiying was so annoyed that he wanted to just flick his sleeves and leave, but he had misunderstood Yang Kai once before out of anger, so it would be extremely embarrassing to just get up and leave now. However, the gloominess on his face was apparent to all. Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me? Yang Kai looked at Jiying. Jiying grunted. Don't believe me then. Yang Kai chuckled. He was a genuine Emperor alchemist, and there was no need for him to prove himself to anyone. However, after thinking of something, he suddenly raised a brow and proposed, Since Grandmaster Ji doesn't believe me, do you dare to make a bet with me? A bet? Jiying frowned. A bet on what? A bet on whether this palace master is an Emperor alchemist or not. Yang Kai smiled. Jiying's frown deepened even further. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious of how confident Yang Kai was acting. Could he really be an Emperor alchemist? If it was true, that would be quite astonishing. Anyone who could become an Emperor alchemist deserved his attention, and this did make Jiying somewhat curious. He now began wanting to know whether it was true or not. What are we betting with? Let me think. Yang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully, looking left and right for a moment before clapping his hands and saying, Right! My high heaven palace has just been founded and obviously, there are hundreds of things waiting to be done at times like these. Right now, we have a chief array master, but we just so happen to be missing a chief alchemist. If Grandmaster Ji loses, how about becoming the chief alchemist of my high heaven palace? When Mi Qi and Li Jiao heard this, they were both shocked and shouted, Grandmaster Ji, you must not trust him. You can't take the bet against him. High Heaven Palace was difficult enough to deal with as it was, but if Jiying really became their chief alchemist and they managed to build a relationship with Medicine Pill Valley, then no one would be able to stop High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory in the future. Both their Full Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace could only bow down to High Heaven Palace in order to survive. Neither Mi Qi nor Li Jiao wanted to see that happen. Shilei glared at them. Shut your mouths. Even though Mi Qi and Li Jiao both felt disgraced, they really didn't dare to speak again. Jiying was stunned, but then he laughed and said, So, this is the plan that Palace Master Yang has in mind? Yang Kai chuckled. So, does Grandmaster Ji dare to take the bet? Jiying responded, This Ji's bet is to become the chief alchemist of your High Heaven Palace. Then, May I ask what Palace Master Yang Kai's bet is? Yang Kai answered readily. If I am not an Emperor Alchemist, then Grandmaster Ji can ask for whatever he pleases. This Palace Master will have no complaints. Ji Ying's face froze. Yang Kai's words made him realize that he was not just talking nonsense, but really had something to back up his confidence, and that was undoubtedly his identity as an Emperor Alchemist. He's really an Emperor Alchemist. Ji Ying was already convinced at this point, but was still a little shocked. To have cultivated to the Emperor realm at such a young age, where did he find the time to cultivate the alchemic Tao? He himself was an Emperor Alchemist and knew all the hardships of walking on this grand Tao. Naturally, Ji Ying could appreciate the rarity of an Emperor Alchemist. After thinking seriously for a while, Ji Ying shook his head. No, Palace Master Yang's gambling method is not appropriate. This bet is far too unfavorable to this Ji. Whether Yang Kai was an Emperor Alchemist or not was a fact only he himself knew, so if Ji Ying really made this bet with him, then he would be too much of a fool. He would gain nothing by winning, and would be falling into a trap if he were to lose. Ji Ying wasn't stupid to such an extent yet. Does Grandmaster Ji not dare to take the bet? Yang Kai smiled. Ji Ying shook his head. There is no need to try and provoke this Ji. This Ji will not be fooled. The more Yang Kai tried to urge him on, the more he felt that Yang Kai was trying to trap him. If he lost, then he would have to become this High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. When that happened, how could he still live a free life? Even though alchemy was as simple to him as eating and drinking, he was still the legacy disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, so how could he become the hired alchemist of another sect? Not to mention how exhausting it would be to have to refine pills for such a large sect. Yang Kai scratched his chin. In that case, why don't we change the bet itself? Ji Ying frowned. What is Palace Master Yang planning now? He instinctively felt that it must not be good. Yang Kai said, the stakes remain the same, but Grandmaster Ji and I will have an alchemy competition, refining the same type of pill. We will compete to see who can refine the most spirit pills with the highest quality. Ji Ying was shocked and stared wide-eyed at him. You want to compete with me in alchemy? Did he hear that right? Someone actually wanted to challenge him, a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, to an alchemy match? Both Mi Qi and Li Jiao had strange expressions on their faces as they observed Yang Kai seriously, checking to see whether this guy was touched in the head. They could have bet on anything, but he actually wanted to gamble with Ji Ying on this. Wasn't he just asking to lose? That's right. Let's compete in the alchemic Tao. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said in provocation, Grandmaster Ji wouldn't lack the guts to accept even this, right? Ji Ying's face darkened. Palace Master Yang. This Ji can discipline his unfilial disciple for confusing rights and wrongs, and this Ji admits his wrongs and has apologized to you. But seeing how Palace Master Yang can found a sect, he can't be such a narrow-minded person, can he? For you to repeatedly try and make things difficult for this Ji, are you intent on humiliating this Ji on this day? If Yang Kai's bet with him on whether or not he was an Emperor Alchemist, it was still acceptable, but his current proposition to hold an alchemy competition was clearly too foolish. Ji Ying felt that Yang Kai was deliberately trying to provoke him and give him trouble. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Nonsense. I sincerely wish to be able to compete with Grandmaster Ji in the alchemic Tao. And I also hope that Grandmaster Ji can become the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace once everything is settled. Ji Ying was furious to hear that response and snapped. You think you can win against me? His earlier displeasure had completely turned into anger now. Yang Kai wasn't just trying to make trouble for him, but was clearly insulting him. What made him think he could make him into the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace? And that was all based on whether he won this competition or not. He had been studying the alchemic Tao from his honored master for so many years. In fact, his honored master was the one who taught him everything he knew. To humiliate him was no different from humiliating his honored master. How could Ji Ying tolerate this? He had felt some guilt towards Yang Kai over what happened with Li Xian. But now that guilt was gone, instead replaced with fury. Yang Kai slowly got up and took a step forward, smiling. Does Grandmaster Ji dare to bet with me or not? Ji Ying's eyes were burning with rage. He was so angry that he didn't even know what to say anymore. But as if he did not see this, Yang Kai continued, "If Grandmaster Ji doesn't dare to take the bet, then forget it. Just pretend this palace master never said such a thing." "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ji Ying slammed the table and jumped to his feet. Someone was challenging him to his face in his most prided of expertise. So how could Ji Ying endure this? If Yang Kai wanted to bet with him in a life-or-death battle, Ji Ying would endure the insult and refuse. After all, he rarely fought. However, now that the alchemic Tao was involved, Ji Ying had to take this bet whether he wanted to or not. For the sake of his reputation, for the sake of Medicine Pill Valley's reputation, and the reputation of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, he needed to make sure that anyone who dared do something so outrageous would pay the price. Good. Yang Kai clapped his hands joyfully. But the stakes must be changed. Ji Ying coldly snorted. How do you want it changed? Yang Kai raised a brow. Ji Ying pointed a finger at Yang Kai. If this Ji wins, then this Ji will have Palace Master Yang's head. If you dare bet with me in alchemy, then let's play for high stakes. We'll see if you're afraid now or not. No one would be indifferent when his or her life was involved. So Ji Ying thought that Yang Kai would panic after he asked for his head. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai nodded after only a brief thought. Sure. Let's go with what Grandmaster Ji says. You? Ji Ying was stunned as the flames of anger inside of him raged even hotter. How many years had it been since he had been this angry? He did not actually want Yang Kai to die, he just wanted to scare him a bit. Who knew that this impudent man would actually accept the bet without even so much as a change to his face? Was he really so confident that he could win? How could that be? Even as Emperor alchemists, there would naturally be differences in their level of alchemy techniques. The only Emperor alchemists in this world who could defeat him in an alchemy competition were his few senior brothers and senior sister. Outrageous! Ji Ying had never met anyone as hateful as Yang Kai in his life. There should be a limit to how much one could mock him. A face full of anger, Ji Ying shouted, Palace Master Yang, do you want to change your wager as well? You can take this Ji's life as well if you wish to. Yang Kai laughed. The only thing I want is for Grandmaster Ji to become the chief alchemist of my high heaven palace. What would I need your life for? Then that will depend on whether you have the ability. Ji Ying flicked his sleeve in anger. Now that the stakes are set, let's discuss what kind of spirit pill we should refine. Yang Kai looked to Ji Ying. Palace Master Yang can decide. This Ji does not mind one way or the other. There was extreme confidence backing his words, as if he did not care at all what sort of spirit pill Yang Kai wanted to refine. But he did have such qualifications. After refining pills for so many years, what sort of spirit pill had he not refined before? Though he had not refined the dragon blood pill before, it was only because he had never obtained a dragon blood flower. Then, let's go with the Emperor Yuan pill. Yang Kai quickly gave his answer after thinking for a while. Ji Ying looked up at Yang Kai and said solemnly, Is Palace Master Yang sure that he wants to refine the Emperor Yuan pill? Even though the Emperor Yuan pill is one of the easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, it is also one of the spirit pills that is used to test one's comprehension of the alchemic Tao. Why not change it to a Tao source-grade spirit pill instead? This guy really is an Emperor alchemist. Ji Ying was sure of that fact as soon as Yang Kai made that suggestion. Even though the Emperor Yuan pill was one of the most common and easiest Emperor-grade spirit pills to refine, only an Emperor alchemist was able to refine it. Moreover, it was one of the pills most commonly used to assess the level of skill of an alchemist. Just like in cooking, the simpler the dish, the easier it would be to see the skill of the chef that cooked it. The same reasoning applied to alchemy. Even with the same ingredients, an average Emperor alchemist may only be able to refine 3 or 4 Emperor Yuan pills. However, Ji Ying was certain he could refine 9 pills. 9 pills was the absolute limit one could refine from a single furnace of ingredients. Proposing to change the spirit pill to one of Tao source grade was not because Ji Ying couldn't win, but because he didn't want to fight a one-sided battle. He had become an Emperor alchemist many years ago and refined countless Emperor Yuan pills. Even if Yang Kai was also an Emperor alchemist, it was impossible to have the same rich experience he had. If Jiying chose to compete in refining the Emperor Yuan pill, then he would have a great invisible advantage. If they were to switch to a Dao source-grade spirit pill, he would still have a great advantage, but at least the difference wouldn't be so big. Yang Kai shook his head. No need. Many thanks to Grandmaster Ji for his kind intentions. Let's just refine the Emperor Yuan pill. He naturally knew the reason why Jiying made this suggestion, and his impression of him also improved a little bit as a result. Not just anyone could become the chief alchemist of High Heaven Palace, even if it was a legacy disciple of wondrous pill great emperor like Jiying. If his character was not honorable, then Yang Kai would not have his eyes set on him. Thanks to how readily he was able to admit his mistake regarding Li Xian's incident, even apologizing and openly expelling Li Xian from Medicine Pill Valley, Yang Kai surmised from this that Jiying must have a righteous character. This latest suggestion only furthered that impression. To put it another way, Jiying was a disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor and one of Medicine Pill Valley's people, so even if he did not apologize to Yang Kai just now, there was nothing Yang Kai could do about it. That was unless he really wanted to take the risk of offending Medicine Pill Valley and making things difficult for him. Just a single one of those deeds would have been enough. Even though Jiying had a noble status, he did not have the typical arrogance that most alchemists had. And, with his identity as an emperor alchemist, then there would be no need for Yang Kai to worry about spirit pills in the future if he were to become High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Jiying could even nurture a new generation of alchemists for High Heaven Palace. The development of a sect could not be achieved by Yang Kai's efforts alone. Only when many came together and contributed would High Heaven Palace truly thrive. Since Palace Master Yang insists, then this Ji naturally has no problem with it, Jiying said in a sullen voice, seemingly feeling vexed that his kind intentions had been ignored. As he said that, he turned his hands over to reveal a pile of herbs that were separated into two portions. These are two sets of herbs used to refine the Emperor Yuan pill. Whether it be in quality or age, there is no difference. Please inspect them, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai smiled. I trust Grandmaster Ji's integrity. Then choose one, Jiying said. Yang Kai casually chose one set of herbs. Jiying's reputation and status was the guarantee here. Even if he wanted to win against Yang Kai, he would defeat him in an upfront competition of alchemy skills. It was impossible for him to play any sort of trickery with him. When he saw how relaxed and at ease Yang Kai was, Jiying felt angry for some reason and coldly snorted. In that case, let us begin. Palace Master Yang, as an Emperor Alchemist, you naturally have your own alchemy furnace, correct? Do you need me to lend you one? No need. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. If they were competing as alchemists, then they should naturally compete in public where it's impossible to hide anything. As such, the two of them sat down directly in the hall. With a casual flick of Jiying's hand, a tripod-style alchemy furnace appeared and landed steadily on the ground. With the appearance of this alchemy furnace, a clear and peculiar aroma spread out in the hall that shook one's spirit. The alchemy furnace clearly had a long history, with two dragon heads on each side that appeared vivid and lifelike. These dragon heads weren't just decorations though, and seemed to be essential instruments for controlling the flames inside the furnace. As for the interior of the furnace, there was a dense runic pattern that would make one dizzy just by staring at it. A burst of emperor intent permeated the air. Good furnace! Yang Kai's eyes lit up full of praise. As he was also an alchemist, he naturally had a special love for good alchemy furnaces. As soon as Jiying brought out this furnace, Yang Kai knew that it was no ordinary treasure, and from the fragrance it was releasing, Yang Kai could infer that Jiying had definitely refined countless spirit pills with this alchemy furnace. He should have reached a level of oneness with this alchemy furnace. Jiying said proudly, "This is the lowest quality alchemy furnace that this Ji has on hand." He took out his worst alchemy furnace not solely because he did not want to take advantage of Yang Kai, but also because he was confident of his own skill. Yang Kai nodded lightly before waving his hand and summoning out his own alchemy furnace. The body of the entire alchemy furnace had a black luster to it, and a faint emperor intent also spread out the moment it appeared. It was clearly an existence of the same level as the alchemy furnace Jiying took out. Seeing Yang Kai possess an emperor-grade alchemy furnace, Jiying couldn't help but feel stunned. as if he did not expect Yang Kai to have such heritage as well. But on second thought, it would be normal for Yang Kai to have an emperor-grade alchemy furnace if he really was an emperor alchemist. With the showdown imminent, Jiying did not think about it anymore and quickly focused his mind. Even if his opponent was a young man who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, Jiying would not take anything lightly. Even a lion will use its full strength to hunt down a rabbit. Only by showing his true skills and defeating him in all aspects would Jiying be able to show respect to the alchemic Tao and live up to the many years of teaching he received from his honored master. Shall we begin? Jiying looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai was just about to nod when he suddenly looked to the side and smiled. Sect Master Me? Palace Master Li? Are you going to place bets? We can bet as well? Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, both a little surprised. Since you've already come, you shouldn't go home empty-handed, should you? Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. Very well, Mi Qi exclaimed. Let's bet. Only, I don't know how big of a bet Palace Master Yang is able to afford. As big as you want. We can even bet our sex foundations. Yang Kai answered casually. Wah? Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces changed when they heard this, shocked by Yang Kai's words. Such stakes were simply too big. Even though Mi Qi and Li Jiao had the intention to add insult to injury here, slicing a few pieces of meat off Yang Kai's arrogant face, they did not even dare to think about gambling using their sex foundations. Even if they had absolute confidence in Jiying, they wouldn't dare to gamble so much. You don't dare. Yang Kai looked at them tauntingly. It's not that I don't dare to, but rather that it is excessive. We have no enmity with each other. So why raise the stakes so high? Mi Qi acted obstinately, but he was actually just worried. That's right. Let's just add some casual interest. In that case, what sort of wager do you think is acceptable? Yang Kai asked. Mi Qi and Li Jiao looked at each other, their divine senses surging as they seemingly discussed something. Yang Kai was in no hurry either and just sat to the side and waited, smiling at Jiying as he commented, The weather is good today. Jiying frowned, thinking to himself, is he just spouting nonsense now? The skies are clear for tens of thousands of kilometers outside. Even a fool can see that. But why was he saying this to him? To mess with his mind? How wicked! He couldn't help but glare at Yang Kai before turning back to the front, ignoring him. Palace Master Yang. Brother Li and I have decided, Mi Qi suddenly said. Yang Kai gestured for him to continue. Mi Qi said, Brother Li and I will bet 10 years of our respective sects' revenues. I wonder if Sect Master Yang dares to accept this wager or not. Even Jiying was slightly moved when he heard the stakes. 10 years of a sect's revenue may be simple enough to say, but it could amount to a terrifying figure if converted into source crystals. For top sects such as the Full Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace with countless industries under their jurisdiction and numerous source crystal lodes they mined, 1 year's revenue would amount to at least 50 million high-rank source crystals. 10 years, that would mean 500 million high-rank source crystals. With two major sects together, that would equal 1 billion high-rank source crystals. That was simply a terrifying number. From the looks of it, Mi Qi and Li Jiao had ruthlessly decided to shave some benefits from High Heaven Palace. Jiying glanced at Yang Kai, wondering what sort of expression he had right now. He probably wasn't looking too good, right? But when he turned to look, Jiying was stunned as Yang Kai sneered with disdain. You two are leading figures in the Northern Territory, but that's all you can afford. How stingy. Stingy. Mi Qi's face darkened. You dare call us stingy? Li Jiao narrowed his eyes. Is Palace Master Yang not just trying to play tricks? You actually don't dare to take our bets, do you? He thought he was able to see through Yang Kai's thoughts, and his voice was filled with insinuations. 50 years, Yang Kai exclaimed, holding up his hand. I'll bet 50 years with each of you. 50 years of each sect's revenue. Mi Qi and Li Jiao both sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiying also stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes as if he were a madman. You? Mi Qi began to stutter, revealing the violent fluctuation of his emotions. Do you know how much Full Sky Sect can earn in 50 years? And you dare run your mouth off. Yang Kai replied calmly. If you count 50 million high-rank source crystals a year, 10 years makes 500 million, so 50 years will be 2.5 billion. That's only 5 billion in total for your two sects, right? Only 5 billion. Li Jiao almost choked to death when he heard Yang Kai's words. He really wanted to ask Yang Kai whether he truly knew how much 5 billion high-rank source crystals actually was. Yang Kai snorted and looked at them disdainfully. What? Are you too afraid to bet? Or do you have no confidence in Grandmaster Ji? The first sentence was fine, but the second sentence made things difficult. If they really backed out now, wouldn't that mean they had no faith in Jiying, as Yang Kai said? This could become a big deal, as it may end up offending Jiying. How sinister and cunning. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both grinding their teeth in anger. Naturally, they couldn't back down now that things have already come to this. So Li Jiao coldly snorted. Naturally, Brother Mi Qi and I do not have a problem with this. If you want to bet 50 years' worth of revenue, then so be it. But I don't know whether Palace Master Yang can take out that much to bet with. Exactly. Mi Qi nodded approvingly. 5 billion high-rank source crystals is no small amount. If Palace Master Yang goes back on his word, what can Brother Li and I do to you? Ridiculous. Yang Kai pointed to his own nose. Do I look like the type of man who doesn't keep his word? Mi Qi and Li Jiao both observed him seriously for a moment before the latter said, It's not like we know each other well. How should we know what sort of person you are? Good. 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 Yang Kai looked utterly exasperated, making Mi Qi and Li Jiao feel as if he was just pretending. Mi Qi laughed. If Palace Master Yang can come up with the bet, what's the harm for Brother Li and me to place our bets? That's what you said. So don't regret it. Yang Kai jumped to his feet. Take it out, then. Li Jiao urged him as if he could see through Yang Kai. I'll do it now. Yang Kai shouted. Do it, then. Here. Yang Kai turned his hand over and a space ring appeared on his palm, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. He really brought it out. Mi Qi and Li Jiao exchanged glances, both slightly shocked but at the same time, very disbelieving. Yang Kai may have destroyed Seeking Passion sect and occupied their foundation, gaining all the wealth accumulated by them over the years, but they still did not think that Yang Kai really had 5 billion high-rank source crystals in that ring. Seeking Passion sect was similar to Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky sect. Even though their annual revenue was astonishing, their expenditure was equally shocking. Most of the revenue they gained would end up being spent each year, while only a fraction would be saved. Even Full Sky sect and Fire Dragon Palace only had about 1 billion high-rank source crystals in reserve, so Seeking Passion sect probably had a similar amount. In other words, even if Yang Kai had taken all of Seeking Passion sect's wealth for himself, it would only amount to around 1 billion high-rank source crystals. Adding the other treasures Seeking Passion sect possessed, it would probably only total around 2 or 3 billion source crystals. How could he possibly just take out 5 billion? It's not that we don't trust Palace Master Yang, but Brother Li and I will have to inspect Palace Master Yang's ring, Mi Qi quickly said. Naturally, it has to be confirmed. Yang Kai nodded. However, I will have to trouble Grandmaster Ji to perform this inspection. The two of you can trust Grandmaster Ji, can't you? Naturally, Mi Qi quickly nodded. Li Jiao also had no problem with that. Then I shall trouble you, Grandmaster Ji. Yang Kai smiled and tossed the ring to Jiying. Jiying took it and carelessly swept the contents with his divine sense, but in the next instant, his eyes bulged as he gasped in shock. This? He was an emperor alchemist and had no shortage of wealth. The number of people clamoring to seek alchemy services from him in the Northern Territory was simply uncountable, and each time he took action, he would gain much in terms of remuneration. Don't even mention 5 billion high-rank source crystals, even 10 billion would not be enough to shock Jiying so much. But at this moment, he was so astonished that he couldn't utter a word. His expression clearly showed that he had seen something incredible. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were also shocked at this reaction and wondered just what sort of good things were kept inside that ring for Grandmaster Ji to lose himself like this. They were extremely curious, but they couldn't just snatch it to see for themselves. They didn't think that Yang Kai would let them see it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Jiying to check the ring. Where? Where did you get so many? Jiying turned his head around and directed a shocked look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled, taking back the space ring from Jiying's hand and shaking his head. I can't tell you. Jiying gulped, looking in reluctance as Yang Kai put away the ring. But he also knew that it was probably one of Yang Kai's greatest secrets, so he didn't pursue the question. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Palace Master Yang, if you were to lose this competition, then I don't want your head. Instead, how about giving me half of what you have in that ring? He had no intention to take Yang Kai's life to begin with, he just wanted to scare him. So now that a better option had appeared, Jiying had no qualms about changing the gambling stakes. The contents of the ring were none other than the 1,000,000 monster cores that Yang Kai brought back from the ancient wild land. 10 billion source crystals was indeed not enough to move Jiying, but 1,000,000 monster cores was an entirely different story. There were so many monster cores piled up in that ring, not to mention the amount of 12th order monster cores among them. Don't even mention the fact that Jiying had never seen such a sight. Not even the 10 great emperors had seen such wealth. Moreover, there was no end to the uses for monster cores. Monster cores were a key component in alchemy, and a good monster core was the best ingredient to refine the highest grade of spirit pills. These things were a much greater attraction to Jiying compared to source crystals, so it was no wonder he became so eager. You want them, Grandmaster Ji? Yang Kai looked at him with a smirk. Jiying's face reddened, and with a dry cough he said, What alchemist would not want such a good thing? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Yang Kai's smile did not diminish. Truly? Jiying was shocked, but he quickly realized what he meant and his face darkened. You're not trying to get this Ji to become your High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist as a condition, are you? Yang Kai laughed. Grandmaster Ji is wise. Jiying grunted. It's a fine idea you have, Palace Master Yang, but unfortunately, this Ji will not agree to it. Yang Kai had expected this answer, so he naturally wasn't disappointed and just nodded. In that case, then Grandmaster Ji can have half if he wins. Good. I hope Palace Master Yang is truly a man of his word. Jiying was overjoyed. To him, this agreement was no different than Yang Kai gifting him with the monster cores already. He did not think he would lose to Yang Kai in alchemy at all. Grandmaster Ji, is what's contained inside that ring really worth 5 billion? Li Jiao and Mi Qi still did not know what the ring was worth even after listening at the side for a while, so they couldn't help but ask. 5 billion? Jiying looked at them with disdain. The contents of that ring is enough to outright buy both of your sex. What? Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both stunned. Enough to buy their sex? What sort of treasures were kept inside that ring for Grandmaster Ji to say something so shocking with such certainty? They were even more curious now and wanted nothing more than to knock Yang Kai unconscious and snatch that ring to see for themselves. This Palace Master's capital has been confirmed. Do you two still want to bet? Yang Kai turned his gaze to Mi Qi and Li Jiao. Mi Qi frowned and said firmly, Of course. Why not? Who would deny a free gift? That's right. Li Jiao also chimed in. This king believes in Grandmaster Ji. Jiying frowned. If you two are going to bet, then that's your own business. Winning or losing is none of my business. Alchemy was not for gambling in Jiying's mind. He only agreed to gamble with Yang Kai this time because he had been provoked. Naturally, he did not want Li Jiao and Mi Qi to tie their fortunes to his victory, making it seem as if their victory or defeat were his responsibility. Yes, Grandmaster Ji is right. Li Jiao quickly changed his tone. This bet is purely between us and Palace Master Yang. In that case, let's begin. Yang Kai smiled. Jiying turned his head to look at him. You start first. Yang Kai quickly said, Grandmaster Ji, are you sure you should be looking down on your opponent like this? Even though he said this, his hands did not remain idle. Brushing his hair back out of the way, as if he was preparing to go all out. Snapping his fingers, he had the lid of his black jade furnace fly off as he tossed one of the prepared sets of spirit herbs inside. A whirring could be heard, seemingly from the burning flames, as the temperature of the air rose instantly, but strangely enough, there was no sign of Yang Kai using his Emperor Qi. Conflagrated knowledge C. Ji Ying's face changed as he muttered in surprise. He did not expect Yang Kai to have the conflagrated knowledge C. This alone was enough for him to take things seriously. The conflagrated knowledge C was a type of mutated knowledge C, and when it came to alchemy and artifact refining, those with the conflagrated knowledge Cs had a unique advantage. This was because one's divine sense played a big role in refinement professions. Whether it be controlling the flames or timing, both of them required the use of one's divine sense. For those with the conflagrated knowledge C, they were able to directly adjust the heat of the flames and grasp the timing of when to add ingredients rather than needing to use their qi to make adjustments while monitoring with their divine sense. Even when it came to portraying spirit arrays, no additional carrier was required as they could use their spiritual energy to act directly. This was something other alchemists were unable to match. So that's how it is. No wonder he's so confident. He actually possesses a conflagrated knowledge C. Ji Ying finally understood what gave Yang Kai such confidence. His expression instantly turned serious and he did not delay any longer, both hands turning over as he pushed out his Emperor Qi, causing a fire to rise up immediately inside of the tripod dual dragon furnace. An equal set of spirit herbs was tossed into the alchemy furnace by Ji Ying, and a sizzle could be heard. Ji Ying quickly formed seals with both hands, drawing a spirit array inside the alchemy furnace that assisted in the condensation of medicinal liquid. For a time, the hall was silent. Only Yang Kai and Ji Ying's power surged as both alchemy furnaces emitted a burning energy. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both extremely curious now, but they were stopped by the three great monster kings from approaching too closely. An alchemist was not to be disturbed while they were performing alchemy. That was a basic rule all had to follow. The three monster kings were naturally extremely guarded against the two of them, fearing that they may try to disturb Yang Kai. So Mi Qi and Li Jiao could only grumble and stare, not being able to do anything. Can Palace Master win? Hua Qingxi and Zhu Qing were standing a short distance away, watching them silently. Yang Kai and Ji Ying were dueling against each other in an alchemy competition, which made Hua Qingxi very nervous, so she quietly transmitted that question to Zhu Qing. I don't know anything about alchemy, Zhu Qing answered bluntly. Hua Qingxi thought the same. Though she had seen people refine pills before, she herself wasn't too knowledgeable on the subject. She couldn't see who had the upper hand in this situation at all. But looking at him, he seems very confident, Zhu Qing added. Hearing that answer, Hua Qingxi quickly observed Yang Kai and sure enough, his expression was filled with confidence and fighting spirit just as Zhu Qing commented. If he had no hopes of winning, then he would never have such an expression. This discovery helped Hua Qingxi calm down as she secretly cheered Yang Kai on. Chi 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 chi. The sounds of the flames burning inside the furnaces were incessant and the hands of the two men competing with each other constantly formed new and complex seals. Fine and delicate spirit arrays formed and dissolved inside the alchemy furnaces as spirit herbs were thrown in one by one. The medicinal liquid condensed inside soon filled the air with its fragrance. Ji Ying had been quietly observing Yang Kai's movements the whole time, as even though Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge C and should not be taken lightly, Ji Ying still felt that Yang Kai couldn't beat him. But Ji Ying's observations made him sure of one thing, and that was the fact that Yang Kai was really an emperor alchemist. His foundation was extremely solid, and his actions when it came to condensing medicinal liquid were also meticulous without the slightest flaw. The medicinal liquid that he condensed was extremely pure. If he were not an emperor alchemist, then it would be impossible for him to achieve this level of perfection. Ji Ying suddenly felt somewhat jubilant that another emperor alchemist had appeared in the world. If this news were told to his honored master, then his honored master would certainly be happy. The alchemic Tao had a long and profound history, and was much harder to traverse than the martial Tao, leading to the scarcity of alchemists in the world. Other people could only see the endless grandeur of alchemists, but how many understood the monumental effort each grandmaster needed to make in order to reach such a height? Medicine Pill Valley was committed to carrying forward the alchemic Tao, and the disciples under Wondrous Pill Great Emperor also took that as their responsibility. Naturally, they hoped that there could be more alchemists in the star boundary, as only with the introduction of more alchemists would there be enough spirit pills to match the needs of the cultivators of this world. allowing the martial Tao to grow and prosper. As he observed, Jiying was slightly stunned. That was because he suddenly discovered that the medicinal liquid condensed by Yang Kai was no worse than his own in terms of purity. Even more shockingly, the order and timing which Yang Kai used to add spirit herbs was identical to his own. Spirit pills did not have unique recipes. Every alchemist perceived the alchemic Tao differently, and their comprehensions and skills were also different, leading to subtle differences between how different alchemists refine each type of spirit pill. For example, the timing and order in which one added spirit herbs to their alchemy furnace. Some alchemists feel that it was better to put in one type of spirit herb first, while another alchemist may choose another to start with, creating a scenario where many pill recipes existed for each type of spirit pill. Perhaps the differences may even go as far as the types of herbs used. A pill recipe contained not only the ingredients needed to refine a pill, but also a complete refinement process. Rather than a pill recipe, it would be more accurate to describe it as a pill refinement manual. This was the true preciousness of a pill recipe, as it was the crystallization of an alchemist's efforts. Right now, Jiying was surprised to find that Yang Kai's techniques and process when it came to refining this Emperor Yuan pill were strikingly similar to his own, almost as if they were carved from the same mold. In other words, the Emperor Yuan pill recipe that Yang Kai mastered was the same as his own. But how could that be? The Emperor Yuan pill was used by Emperor realm cultivators to restore Emperor Qi, and was also the most common type of Emperor-grade spirit pill. As far as Yi Jing knew, there were at least 8 different versions of this spirit pill's recipe. Though they were similar, there were still differences between them. And the best Emperor Yuan pill recipe was naturally the one that he mastered, because this recipe was personally created by wondrous pill great Emperor many years ago. It was not an exaggeration to say that there was no better pill recipe for the Emperor Yuan pill in the star boundary. This pill recipe was only taught by wondrous pill great Emperor to his few disciples, so no outsider could possibly know it. Seeing traces of this pill recipe from Yang Kai naturally came as a surprise to Jiying. But Jiying wasn't the only one surprised. Everyone watching them also had strange expressions on their faces. That was because they discovered that Yang Kai and Jiying's alchemy process was almost exactly the same, the only difference being Yang Kai moving slightly ahead of Jiying. This was not because Jiying's skills were any worse than Yang Kai's, but because he started after him. Even though they understood that, it still looked off as if Jiying was imitating Yang Kai's alchemy process. He would take whatever herb Yang Kai took, and also follow whatever timing Yang Kai used to add herbs into the alchemy furnace. The suspicions in Jiying's heart grew heavier and heavier. He originally thought that this situation was mere coincidence, but halfway through, he became certain that the two of them had mastered the exact same pill recipe. Where did you obtain this pill recipe from? Jiying could not help but ask. This was the pill recipe passed down to him and his brothers and sister by his honored master. How could it have fallen into the hands of an outsider? Grandmaster Ji, you're distracted. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. If you remain so, you'll lose this competition. Jiying's body shook as he broke out into a cold sweat. He had focused on his doubts about Yang Kai's pill recipe and actually became distracted from his own alchemy, leading to him not being able to give his all while in the process of condensing the medicinal liquids. Now, looking back to his work, his medicinal liquid seemed to be just slightly worse than Yang Kai's. Condensing medicinal liquid was the first step of alchemy, and also the most foundational. If something went wrong in this step, it would definitely affect the quality of the spirit pills refined. Alchemy was just like chess, one mistake will lead to many others. Failure to do one's best at any step could lead one down a losing battle. He couldn't lose. This match concerned Medicine Pill Valley's reputation and his honored master's name. Jiying definitely couldn't afford to lose. Abruptly, it was as if Jiying had changed into a whole other person. An indescribable aura radiated from his body, and he instantly immersed his mind into alchemy with nothing else being able to distract him anymore. Yang Kai's expression was equally serious. Even though he was an emperor alchemist, it was his first time competing against another emperor alchemist. What's more, this person was one of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's legacy disciples. If he didn't give it his all, then he definitely wouldn't be able to win. The conflagrated knowledge that Jiying had seen was not the only thing Yang Kai had at his disposal. It was merely a small advantage for him. His real advantage came from the grand alchemic Dao Tone. Back then, on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, he was able to invoke the grand alchemic Dao Tone one time during alchemy, and was granted alchemy techniques directly by the heavenly way. Since then, Yang Kai had been advancing through the alchemic Dao in leaps and bounds. Had it not been for that opportunity, how could Yang Kai's skill in alchemy have grown so rapidly? He hardly spent much time on alchemy over the years, so generally speaking, it would have to be pure luck for him to even become a Dao Source-grade alchemist by now, while it should have been an impossibility for him to become an Emperor alchemist. But with the heritage granted to him by the grand alchemic Dao Tone, Yang Kai was able to easily climb to the level of Emperor alchemist. Even so, he could not compare himself to a veteran Emperor alchemist like Jiying, so he had to go all out in this competition. His mind suddenly became ethereal, as if he had merged with the world. A wonderful feeling rose from his heart. Yang Kai's hand movements changed and suddenly his actions became erratic, his arms flailing about, as if he were having a seizure. Li Jiao and Mi Qi almost broke out in laughter at the sight of that. However, under the watchful eyes of the three monster kings, they could only endure it. Looking back at Jiying, they could see that his movements were as smooth as flowing water. It was a pleasure just to watch him. Compared to Yang Kai's almost possessed performance, it was simply heaven and hell. He's still trying to win against Grandmaster Ji with such shoddy technique? He simply doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hua Qingxi had also noticed this, and an anxious look appeared on her face. She had no idea what Yang Kai was doing at all. He seemed fine just a moment ago, so why did he suddenly change so abruptly? Out of everyone present, only a single person suddenly began staring at Yang Kai with full attention. An extremely shocked expression was revealed on his face, and his eyes did not even move the slightest bit. This person was Jiying's first disciple. This disciple did not have a good impression of Yang Kai, not because of Li Xian's slanderous remarks about him, but because he was the reason that Li Xian was expelled from the sect by their honored master. Even though he did not approve of what Li Xian did, they had been fellow brothers for many years and more or less shared some camaraderie between them. He originally thought of waiting for their master's anger to pass before persuading him to take Li Xian back under his tutelage. After all, his junior brother was still young and mistakes were inevitable. It should be fine as long as he knew his faults and was willing to change. But Yang Kai didn't even give him that chance. He looked down on Yang Kai in his heart, and didn't believe for one moment that Yang Kai would win this competition with Jiying. So he kept on watching him with a hateful gaze, wanting to see how he would look when he was defeated by his honored master. But unexpectedly, he ended up seeing something astonishing. In other people's eyes, Yang Kai was twitching about like a madman, his hands waving randomly without any sense of aesthetics. But in this young disciple's eyes, things were very different. He was vaguely able to catch sight of something as he observed, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to grasp its essence, causing sweat to form on his forehead. He watched Yang Kai carefully with his eyes wide, refusing to miss even a single moment. Inside the hall, the medicinal fragrance had grown even more intense. All of the spirit medicines had already been added to the alchemy furnaces by the two alchemists and condensed into pure medicinal liquid. The lids were now closed, and the refinement stage had begun. As threads of power were being released, nobody could see inside the alchemy furnace, to see how each of the spirit arrays was drawn and extinguished or how the medicinal liquids were mixed and integrated together. All of a sudden, Jiying's first disciple fell to his knees. This movement startled everyone except for Yang Kai and Jiying. Hua Qingxi looked over at him and could see that this young man was now sweating buckets, as if he had just been through a life-or-death struggle. His face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot, but still he kept on staring at Yang Kai. What happened? Hua Qingxi quickly went over to him and tried to help him up. If something were to happen to Jiying's first disciple here, then it would be hard to give Jiying a confession. "Don't touch me," the first disciple shouted, veins bulging on his face, giving him a terrifying look. Hua Qingxi's outstretched hand froze in place as she felt irritated inside. having no idea what this boy was so mad about. Oh! Yang Kai spared a glance at that moment at this disciple and grinned at him. So, you managed to see something useful? Good. Look properly. It will be up to you whether you can learn anything from this. To the side, both Mi Chi and Li Jiao glared when they heard what Yang Kai said, their lips curling with disdain. Where did this little bastard get the guts to talk so big? The young man next to them was Ji Ying's first disciple. Even if he were going to learn anything, it wouldn't be from Yang Kai, so what was he so riled up about? What's more, with Yang Kai's lackluster skills, he probably couldn't even surpass this first disciple. Yet he still dared to boast so shamelessly. Wasn't he afraid of biting his own tongue? But as soon as they finished that thought, they saw that disciple clench his teeth with his eyes widening even more as he loudly exclaimed, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang." What? Li Jiao and Mi Chi were both stunned and couldn't help swapping glances, both of them able to see the shock in each other's eyes. What on earth happened to this first disciple? Why did he thank Yang Kai? He even called him Grandmaster Yang. This was impossible, right? His honored master was right there in front of him. Wasn't he worried about angering his honored master? What on earth is going on? Even though Ji Ying was fully concentrated, he was still shocked at what his disciple just said. Hearing him give such deference to Yang Kai, he could not help but frown, thinking to himself that this brat was actually siding with an outsider. What had he been raising him all those years for? Curious, he glanced over at Yang Kai's side. As soon as he looked over though, Ji Ying's movements froze and his eyes bulged, even forgetting about the spirit pills inside his alchemy furnace. His attainments in alchemy were countless times higher than that of his own disciple, so it was naturally impossible for him not to catch what his disciple was able to see. In Ji Ying's eyes, what he saw was not Yang Kai's erratic movements, but rather the pinnacle of the alchemic Tao. Yang Kai's movements, while outwardly random, actually contained within them a kind of resonance and harmony with the alchemic Tao, and even seemed to contain a kind of higher truth that Ji Ying was unable to understand. A situation like this was something he had only seen from his own honored master, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. He never thought that he would actually have the opportunity to find the same traces in another person. Impossible! A storm suddenly exploded in Ji Ying's heart. How could there be such a heaven-defying existence in this world? To think Yang Kai had comprehended the essence of the alchemic Tao just like his honored master. No, even honored master wouldn't have possibly achieved such a feat at such a young age. Ji Ying was completely dumbfounded, and he had the indescribable feeling that the one competing with him in an alchemy match right now was not a youth called Yang Kai, but rather the embodiment of the grand Tao that he had been searching for his whole life but had never caught hold of. How could he win? His mind was instantly thrown into a slight disarray, causing his tripod furnace to suddenly hiss and tremble. Grandmaster Ji, you? Li Jiao and Mi Chi both exclaimed in unison. Even though they did not know anything about alchemy, nor could they glean anything from what they were seeing, Ji Ying was clearly a little out of it at the moment. How could they not realize the problem with his state of mind from the change in his complexion? How could this happen? If Ji Ying were to lose here, then he wouldn't have much to lose, but the both of them would have to turn over 50 years of their respective sects' revenue. If they lost here, then the disciples of their two sects would have to tighten their belts and live a frugal life for the next half a century. Ji Ying had a start and suddenly came back to his senses, remembering that he was still in the middle of a match. Instantly, he felt both upset and ashamed of himself. This was already his second lapse in concentration, and this was bound to affect the results of his alchemy as a whole. However, he was an experienced veteran, so he quickly suppressed the instability inside his furnace and rescued his work. He forced himself to calm down and tossed away all distracting thoughts. All of a sudden, Ji Ying's movements became much more fluid under an immense amount of concentration and pressure. He seemed to have gained some vague insight at this moment. As Ji Ying's first disciple continued staring wide-eyed at Yang Kai's movements, his eyes became more and more bloodshot, and his body shivered and shook. It looked like he was being tormented greatly, but his expression was one of immense joy. As time passed, wisps of pill fragrance began to emerge. This was not only the aroma of spirit herbs, but also the fragrance of the spirit pill itself. The release of this fragrance meant that the refinement had reached the final stage. As long as no mistakes were made, the spirit pills would be finished soon. The closer it came to the end, the more uneasy Mi Qi and Li Jiao began to feel. They had no idea if Ji Ying could beat Yang Kai or not, despite the fact that they were fully confident in Ji Ying's abilities before. But Ji Ying's unstable state of mind earlier made them a little apprehensive. They had no idea if that momentary distraction would affect the quality of the spirit pills refined in the end. Another hour passed, and now the medicinal fragrance in the hall was so dense that it was almost material. Yang Kai's ever-moving hands finally came to a stop, and he had a solemn look on his face. Patting the black jade furnace, he let out a great shout. Pill condensing! The faces of the crowd froze as they knew that Yang Kai's refinement had truly reached the final stage now. This process was an extremely important step in alchemy, as a good pill condensing technique could allow an alchemist to refine a higher amount of spirit pills, and in greater quality. On the other side, Ji Ying also tapped on his own alchemy furnace, and the lid of the furnace flew off. He too had entered the pill condensing stage. Watching this scene, Mi Qi and Li Jiao could not help but sigh with relief. They knew that Yang Kai definitely won't be able to win against Ji Ying at this stage. The reason for that was because the pill condensing technique that Ji Ying mastered was taught to him by the great emperor himself. Even if Yang Kai managed to become an emperor alchemist, he couldn't have a better pill condensing technique than Ji Ying. The two of them didn't dare to pretend they understood anything either and quickly looked towards the first disciple, trying to get some clues from his expression. But as soon as they looked, both their hearts sank. The reason for that was because the first disciple was actually still staring at Yang Kai's movements with a look of amazement in his bloodshot eyes, completely ignoring his own honored master. No way, this Yang Kai couldn't have a superior pill condensing technique, could he? But if not, why would Ji Ying's disciple not take this chance to learn from his honored master and instead study Yang Kai? It must be because this disciple lacks in skills and vision. Mi Qi and Li Jiao tried to reassure themselves. Even if Ji Ying was distracted twice during their match, they still had high hopes that Ji Ying would win. With the 9 heavens profound pill art, seal after seal was struck into the black jade furnace, perfecting the very last step of this pill refinement. This was the pill condensing technique that Yang Kai learned from the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, which was slightly better even against the technique created by the wondrous pill great emperor himself. Ding-ling-ling. A pleasant noise suddenly sounded in the pill furnace. The pills were complete. Yang Kai quickly moved over and tapped the black jade furnace, causing a series of round spirit pills to fly out. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were all watching with their eyes wide. They wanted to see how many pills Yang Kai had refined and what quality they were, but before they could get a good look, Yang Kai had popped them into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. This inevitably caused the two to grit their teeth in anger. On the other side, Ji Ying also finished his pill condensing. After laying down the last seal, several Emperor Yuan pills flew out from his alchemy furnace, which he swiftly grabbed and stored into a jade bottle in his left hand. Refinement complete. Yang Kai pressed down both hands and relaxed his breathing. Ji Ying stood there motionless with a frown pressed between his brows, seemingly thinking about something. Meanwhile, the moment Yang Kai finished refining, the first disciple closed his eyes and kneeled there like a statue, mind seemingly wandering elsewhere. Both Mi Qi and Li Jiao were extremely anxious. They couldn't wait to know the result of this competition. Even though they felt that the chances of Ji Ying losing were quite low, they still felt a little nervous when it came time to announce a verdict. After all, this concerned 50 years of revenue from each of their sects. 5 billion high-rank source crystals were on the line. Ji Ying did not move, and Yang Kai couldn't just disturb him either. He knew that he was currently pondering on the success or failure of this alchemy session, which was an extremely important moment for an alchemist. Looking around, he caught Zhu Qing, who was looking towards him, and winked at her. Zhu Qing's face was as cold as ice, so how could she pay him any attention, leaving him to make a fool out of himself? Only after a long time did Ji Ying exhale lightly and turn around, cupping his fists at Yang Kai. This Ji admires Brother Yang for his great skill. After competing with Yang Kai, Ji Ying immediately realized that he had truly underestimated him before. Not only was he an emperor alchemist, but his skills were also no less than his own. He had only caught a glimpse of the amazing alchemy techniques Yang Kai employed, but that was still enough to amaze him. If it weren't for how important this match was, Ji Ying would have even halted his own alchemy so he could properly observe and emulate him. Whether this Ji wins or loses this time, this Ji wishes to thank Brother Yang. Ji Ying said to him with a sincere expression before glancing at his first disciple. After knowing that Yang Kai was an emperor alchemist no less than himself, even Ji Ying's way of referring to him had changed, and from a glance, he could tell that his first disciple had gained great benefits during this match, so he had no qualms about thanking Yang Kai. Ji Ying had been calling him Palace Master Yang before, but now the way he referred to him was far more collegial. Brother Ji is too polite. This Yang is happy to oblige. Yang Kai smiled. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, that's not right. Isn't Ji Ying supposed to be making things hard for Yang Kai right now? Why are they suddenly calling each other brothers? Even if the two of them had known Ji Ying for many years, they still didn't dare. Nor did they have the qualifications to address him so informally. They couldn't help but feel a little chagrined. If they had known things would turn out like this, they never would have followed along this time. Grandmaster Ji, let's see the results of the match first. Mi Qi changed the subject to stop Yang Kai and Ji Ying from deepening their friendship. As long as Ji Ying won the match, then it would definitely be worth their trip here. 50 years of a sex earnings. Just thinking about it made them excited. The two of them were still quite curious about the contents of Yang Kai's ring. They wanted to know what on earth was stored in it that made Ji Ying so covetous. Ji Ying looked inquiringly at Yang Kai, and the latter smiled, stretching out his hand. As the guest, Brother Ji should go first. Ji Ying nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. As he said that, he uncapped the bottle in his hand and poured out the Emperor Yuan pills. Everyone in the hall instantly craned their necks, looking into the center of his palm. 9 pills! Mi Qi looked over and immediately shouted in excitement. Ji Ying was able to refine 9 pills during this session, which was the ultimate limit for 1 furnace worth of ingredients. With this, he was basically halfway to victory. Now the rest would depend on the quality of the spirit pills, but if it was Ji Ying, then the grade of the spirit pills he refined would certainly not be bad. That fact could be proven just by how round and full each spirit pill looked, with the color so vivid and radiant. Look! Look! Li Jiao called in excitement as if he had suddenly discovered a new world, pointing at one of the Emperor Yuan pills as he shouted, his breath growing ragged. Pill veins! Pill veins! One of the spirit pills was covered with vein-like patterns on its surface, which looked at first glance just like the meridians of a person's body. It was the legendary pill veins. If pill veins were produced during the refining process, then the medicinal efficacies of the pill would be doubled, naturally raising its value as well. But pill veins were not things that the average alchemist could produce during a refinement. It was a faraway dream even for the most skilled of alchemists, but now, pill veins actually appeared on one of the spirit pills Ji Ying refined. And it was an emperor-grade spirit pill that made it even more rare and astounding. Ha ha ha! Mi Qi also broke out in laughter, his worries finally settling back down. If Ji Ying's 9 pills could be described as winning half the battle, then that one spirit pill that formed pill veins would be the nail in the coffin for Ji Ying's victory. There was no chance for Yang Kai to turn the tables. There wasn't even the need to look at the quality of spirit pills that he refined. Mi Qi did not believe that Yang Kai could also refine an emperor-grade spirit pill that formed pill veins. If pill veins were really that easy to produce, then they wouldn't be called legendary. Exchanging glances with Li Jiao, both of them were overflowing with joy. 5 billion high-rank source crystals, 50 years of a sex earnings were going to be theirs soon. How could they not be happy? They secretly decided to buy the Emperor Yuan pill that formed pill veins from Ji Ying after Yang Kai fulfilled his bet. This was their key to victory and was well worth keeping. With this spirit pill, neither High Heaven Palace nor Yang Kai should even think of raising his head in front of them in the future. They could also curry favor with Ji Ying in the process. Should they humiliate Yang Kai as well? But looking at the 3 monster kings that were watching them, They thought better of it in case they become angry out of shame. The two of them really weren't these three's opponents. Sure enough, Brother Ji is a true grandmaster, Xianxia praised, looking at the spirit pill with pill veins. It truly was amazing to be able to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill with pill veins. Even he himself did not often see pill veins when he refined emperor-grade spirit pills. This alone made Ji Ying worthy of his status as an emperor alchemist. Not at all. It is all thanks to Brother Yang that this Ji was able to form pill veins today. What does this have to do with him? Mi Chi retorted at the side. Being able to achieve pill veins is a reflection of Grandmaster Ji's alchemy skills. How does it relate to him? That's right. If he hadn't interfered, then there would probably be more than one spirit pill with pill veins right now. Li Jiao chimed in. Jiying shook his head and did not bother to explain as he believed that Xianxia did not need his explanation. Being able to refine an Emperor Yuan pill that formed pill veins this time was all thanks to the pressure Xianxia gave him. Even though he let his mind wander twice halfway through, Jiying was able to obtain a certain kind of enlightenment under that immense pressure, and only then was he able to achieve such a shocking result. Otherwise, based on his usual abilities, he may not be able to produce even one Emperor Yuan pill that formed pill veins out of 100 furnaces. For one to appear in just one furnace today was truly a miracle. But if he were to refine another furnace of Emperor Yuan pills right now, he might not be as lucky. Seeing that Jiying did not speak, Mi Chi and Li Jiao thought that he was just being polite with Xianxia. How could they figure out all the intricacies of the situation? At once, Mi Chi said, "Palace Master Yang, we've already finished checking the spirit pills refined by Grandmaster Ji. I wonder how the spirit pills that Palace Master Yang refined are." Heh, Palace Master Yang's alchemy skills are also quite amazing. I'm sure he managed to refine pill veins. Li Jiao had deliberately put Xianxia on a pedestal, but his intentions were obviously sinister. Xianxia smiled. "Since we've already made our bets, take them out and let's see the results." Mi Chi had a smug face as if he'd already won. Palace Master Yang wouldn't be holding on to the spirit pills because he's conscious that he can't win against Grandmaster Ji, would he? Jiying quickly interjected. "Must the two of you speak in such a way? Brother Yang is also an Emperor Alchemist, and also the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace. We are all going to be living together in the Northern Territory in the future, so we are sure to see much of each other. Why not just forget about today's incident? Let us have a drink and let bygones be bygones while we discuss our various experiences in the outside world." He agreed to compete with Xianxia in alchemy out of impulse from anger, but now he actually began to feel a little worried for Xianxia. He was lucky enough to refine an Emperor Yuan pill that formed pill veins, but Xianxia couldn't be that lucky as well, right? If he were to lose, then that would cost him 5 billion high-rank source crystals. Both he and his first disciple benefited greatly from Xianxia today, especially his disciple who was still in the midst of an epiphany. Clearly, Jiying's disciple must have gained a lot from the competition just now, so if Xianxia really lost 5 billion because of him, then Jiying would definitely feel terrible about it. That was why he wanted to act as the peacemaker to settle things between these three. Jiying had deliberately pointed out Xianxia's identity as an Emperor Alchemist so that Mi Chi and Li Jiao would hopefully know when to back down. As long as they could give up on this bet today, then they would definitely be able to befriend Xianxia, and once they did so, would they have to worry about not getting any benefits in the future? At the very least, Xianxia definitely would not refuse if they were ever to need help refining any spirit pills in the future. Li Jiao and Mi Chi exchanged glances. Naturally, both of them understood Ji Ying's intention, and both of them showed a troubled expression on their faces. If it were any normal matter, they would be able to show Ji Ying some face, but 5 billion high-rank source crystals were on the table here. Even if it was them, they still felt a little hesitant. After a while, Mi Chi frowned. "Grandmaster Ji, a man is only as good as his word. Since Palace Master Yang has made a bet with us, then he should keep his promise. If Brother Li and I were to just let this go, then we would also be underestimating Palace Master Yang. I'm sure Palace Master Yang wouldn't be happy about that." Ji Liao nodded. "Brother Mi is right. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Ji. It is not that we are unwilling, but a bet is a bet after all." Ji Ying's face couldn't help but turn a little sour from their answers. He didn't expect that these two would not give him face even after he personally stepped out to persuade them. It seemed like they were determined to oppose Yang Kai to the end. Just as Ji Ying was about to say something though, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand to stop him and said, "Brother Ji doesn't have to say anything. This palace master is willing to accept his losses if he were to lose." Li Jiao and Mi Qi were happy to hear this and liberally praised. Palace Master Yang is truly an honorable man. If there is anything High Heaven Palace needs in the Northern Territory in the future, then just say the word. Our two sects will surely not refuse. Who didn't know cheap talk like this? If he really needed their help, then they might help depending on the circumstances. What's more, they didn't think Yang Kai would seek them out for help. Even if High Heaven Palace would not become enemies of their two sects after this, they wouldn't be getting along peacefully. Yang Kai smiled. This palace master only said he is willing to accept his loss, not that he has already lost. Are you two so confident that you can take 5 billion source crystals back with you today? Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both dumbfounded while the latter commented. Let's take a look at the spirit pills that Palace Master Yang refined then. Yes, that's right. We have to take a look first. Li Jiao also nodded repeatedly. He was definitely going to lose anyway, so the least they could do was show him his loss bright and clear. Ji Ying sighed. Since things have already come to this point, there was nothing he could do to stop them either. 5 billion high-rank source crystals was indeed a high enough number for Li Jiao and Mi Qi to risk offending him. Brother Ji, if you could help me with the inspection. Yang Kai tossed the jade bottle in his hands to Ji Ying. Ji Ying caught it and nodded. All right. After saying that, he opened the bottle and poured out the Emperor Yuan pills inside. All eyes were on his hand, and the breathing of the crowd seemed to have grown considerably quicker. As the three monster kings exchanged glances, a fierce glint emerged in their eyes. Without needing to say anything, the three of them had already decided that they would immediately take down Mi Qi and Li Jiao if Yang Kai were to lose this match. They wanted to take away 5 billion high-rank source crystals today. Only in their dreams. 9 pills. Li Jiao's originally expectant eyes suddenly widened in astonishment at the 9 spirit pills on Ji Ying's left hand, his expression instantly transforming into one of shock. Yang Kai actually managed to refine 9 Emperor Yuan pills, which was no worse than Ji Ying at all. Didn't that mean that Yang Kai's mastery in the alchemic Tao was comparable to Ji Ying's? It's not like just any emperor alchemist could just refine 9 spirit pills. Pill veins. Mi Qi drew a breath of cold air as he stared at one of the pills. That one spirit pill looked exactly the same as the one spirit pill Ji Ying refined with pill veins. There were dense lines over the surface of the pill, like an exquisite pattern that contained some sort of profound mystery. Ah! Ji Ying was also thoroughly shocked. It was within his expectations that Yang Kai was able to refine 9 Emperor Yuan pills, as it would have been stranger if he failed to do so. However, the surprising thing was the fact that one of them actually formed pill veins. Ji Ying was able to achieve such a feat out of a series of coincidences and good luck, but he didn't expect Yang Kai's luck to be so good as well. That's impossible. Mi Qi rubbed his eyes hard as if he was afraid they were playing tricks on him, but it seemed true that one of the spirit pills did have pill veins around its surface. You must have cheated. Li Jiao's face sank as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Be careful what you say, Palace Master Li. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you like. When did this Palace Master cheat? Li Jiao grunted. You were the one who proposed to refine the Emperor Yuan pill. This spirit pill with pill veins must have been obtained by you beforehand, and now you've brought it out to fill the gap. Hearing this, Mi Qi also thought it was logical. Yang Kai very quickly stuffed the spirit pills into the jade bottle from his furnace as soon as he was finished refining them. Then he also asked Ji Ying to take out his spirit pills first. The jade bottle had been in his hands during that whole duration, so it was completely plausible that he could have swapped out the spirit pills. That's right, now that makes sense. What a treacherous little brat. Such dark designs are simply abominable. Palace Master Yang. This isn't appropriate, is it? Mi Qi was blue-faced from anger. Those 5 billion high-rank source crystals were right at his grasp. but were now up in the air because of Yang Kai's cheating, so he wasn't very happy. The worst part was, neither he nor Li Jiao had any evidence to prove their claims. Whether I swapped it in or not, just ask Brother Ji and you'll know the answer. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain, not even bothering to argue with them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both turned their heads towards Jiying. Jiying nodded. These 9 spirit pills all came out of a furnace just now. They were not made beforehand. What? That's impossible, Grandmaster Ji. Please take a closer look. Are you doubting even my words now? Jiying's face turned dark, feeling extremely displeased. Even though he intended to befriend Yang Kai, he would not lie about such matters as it concerned his honor. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were simply questioning his character and credibility by making such a remark. Both Mi Qi and Li Jiao were shocked, and only then did they come to realize they had angered and offended Jiying. Mi Qi quickly said, "You misunderstand, Grandmaster Ji. Naturally, we do not dare to question your word, but we do not know what this little brat's character is like, so we have to be on our guard. Please, Grandmaster Ji, take another look. Have these pills been tampered with in any way?" Jiying answered indifferently. Each refinement produces a batch of spirit pills that have unique traces that can never be replicated perfectly again. Those who have not immersed themselves in the alchemic Tao for a long enough time will not be able to tell. But from what this Ji can see, these 9 spirit pills all indeed came from the same furnace. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both dumbfounded at those words. Of course, the easiest way to tell is by the fact that these spirit pills are all still warm. If you don't believe me, feel free to inspect them yourselves. As he said that, Jiying threw the Emperor Yuan pill with pill veins directly to Mi Qi at the side. Mi Qi caught it and felt it carefully. Just as Jiying said, the spirit pill was indeed warm and had obviously just been refined. His heart sank into the abyss as he handed it over to Li Jiao so that he could feel it too. Yang Kai sneered, "Are the two of you still going to say that this palace master cheated?" Mi Qi laughed dryly. "Of course not, we were just making a joke. A small joke. Please pay it no mind, Palace Master Yang. That joke wasn't funny at all." Li Jiao coughed dryly. "Both of you refined 9 spirit pills with a single one forming pill veins. So does that mean it's a tie? A tie it is then, no winners or losers." Mi Qi quickly added in, but the look of disappointment on his face was obvious. Yang Kai chuckled. "The quantity is the same even with regards to forming pill veins, so the deciding factor is quality. There are always differences in efficacy." Jiying nodded at his words. "That's right. The difference in quality can really distinguish things." Both Li Jiao and Mi Qi's hearts jumped. Even though they were reluctant to accept ending things as a tie, they could still barely accept it since they weren't losing anything anyway. But now that Yang Kai had taken the initiative to propose determining the winner by quality, they couldn't help feeling some tightness in their chests. Could it be that he really had the confidence to win? Otherwise, why would he propose such a thing? As soon as that thought came up, both of them instantly began to panic, and Mi Qi quickly said, "Let's just call it a tie. There's no need to judge the quality." Yang Kai grunted. "Since it's a bet, then we naturally have to determine who the winner is." "Why? What is Sect Master Mi scared of?" Mi Qi answered nervously. "What? This king scared? What nonsense, Palace Master Yang." Li Jiao's forehead also couldn't help becoming a bit damp with sweat as that bad feeling in his heart became more apparent. "Let me trouble Brother Ji to check once more." Yang Kai turned towards Jiying. "A trivial matter." Jiying nodded. At this point, winning or losing in this duel with Yang Kai didn't matter that much to him anymore. He could tell at a glance that Yang Kai was able to perceive the true essence of the alchemic Tao, so in the future, he may even be able to stand side by side with his honored master. Therefore, Jiying didn't think it would be shameful even if he were to lose here. This alchemy competition had also been quite rewarding for him. So Jiying felt that after returning and entering retreat for a time, he would definitely be able to make a breakthrough in his pursuit of the alchemic Tao. When that time came, he may even be able to improve his skills to be no less than his senior brothers and senior sister. At once, he focused his heart on examining the pills. He was holding both his and Yang Kai's Emperor Yuan pills on each hand, inspecting their color, size, purity, and emitted aura. He even scraped off a layer of powder from each of the pills and tasted it. The hall was silent as everyone looked on nervously, especially Mi Qi and Li Jiao. This bet related to 50 years of earnings for both of their respective sex, so they were both eyeing Jiying intently like leeches on their prey, observing his expressions, fearing that he would say something that would mean bad news for them. Yang Kai was the only calm and collected one, even walking back to his seat to pick up his cup of tea. After a long time, Jiying finally exhaled. It seemed from the look on his face that he had come to a conclusion. Grandmaster Ji, what are the results? Mi Qi asked nervously as even his voice slightly cracked. Li Jiao was also watching Jiying intently, not even realizing that he had sweat running down his cheek. This Ji is lacking. Brother Yang's aptitude in the alchemic Tao is superior. This Ji admires his skill greatly. Jiying did not respond to them, but instead turned to Yang Kai and cupped his fists in respect. This Yang is unworthy of Brother Ji's praise. This Yang was only able to win this time due to luck. I will still have to trouble Brother Ji to give me pointers in the future. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists in return. Jiying waved his hand with a bitter smile. While the two of them talked, Li Jiao and Mi Qi stood there like fools, faces turning blue as the blood in their veins seemed to freeze solid. Even though Jiying did not explicitly declare the winner, the meaning of his words were clear enough. Grandmaster Ji, are you sure? Are the spirit pills that he refined truly of higher quality? Mi Qi asked in a trembling voice. Li Jiao also hurried to add, why don't you look at it again? Jiying's expression turned to anger this time as he spat in a cold voice. Are the two of you questioning this Ji's character and competence? His character and skill had never been questioned by the two of them before, so Jiying also did not want to fuss over the matter with them out of the years of friendship they had together. But for them to repeatedly question his judgment angered Jiying very much. Once was enough, but what did they mean by questioning him twice? Was his word really worth so little? Seeing that Jiying was truly angered this time, both Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts jumped as they belatedly realized how rude they had been. Mi Qi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. No. Grandmaster Ji has misunderstood. Neither Brother Li nor I mean anything of the sort. Please believe us, Grandmaster Ji. They could offend whoever else they wanted, but they could not afford to offend Jiying. Jiying grunted. Let me tell you, a real alchemist will never make jokes with the pills they refine. If this Ji says he lost, then this Ji lost. There is no need for me to slander my own name to put Brother Yang on a pedestal. After a pause, he extended both hands towards them. If the two of you do not trust this Ji, then try the medicinal efficacies of these two spirit pills yourselves. Since the two of you are both third-order Emperor Realm Masters, then it should be easy for you to tell which is the stronger by taking them and refining them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both exchanged glances and saw the intent in each other's eyes, as this was indeed a good idea. This was an important matter, so they couldn't help but be overcautious. However, if they were to do this, then they would completely offend Jiying because once they took those spirit pills to refine, it would mean they really did not believe in Jiying's words. These two choices troubled Li Jiao and Mi Qi greatly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was cheerful and fanned the flames. I think it's best if the two of you try them for yourselves. That way you can uphold Brother Ji's name as well. Jiying stood there with a cold face, hands still outstretched. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiao stepped forward and said with shame, My apologies. He picked out a single Emperor Yuan pill from each of Jiying's hands at random. Seeing this, Mi Qi also took 2 Emperor Yuan pills. Once they finished, Jiying declared bluntly, Since the two of you do not trust this Ji, then this Ji's cooperation with you two will end here. There is no need for you to come to Medicine Pill Valley to ask this Ji to refine spirit pills in the future either. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both shaken. Pale-faced, they spoke in unison, Grandmaster Ji. It's needless to say more. Jiying coldly snorted, not even bothering to say another word to them. Li Jiao and Mi Qi both heaved heavy sighs. Looking at the 2 spirit pills in their hands, they suddenly felt as if these small spirit pills weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. Since things had come to this though, the two of them could only grit their teeth and refine these Emperor Yuan pills. Since they have already offended Jiying, they couldn't lose those 5 billion source crystals either. Could they? Once they refined the 2 Emperor Yuan pills and proved that the one that Jiying refined was better than Xianxia's, then they would still gain something in the end. Even though Emperor alchemists were rare, there were still a few in the Northern Territory that did not belong to Medicine Pill Valley. Circulating their Emperor Qi and refining the Emperor Yuan pills, they managed to completely refine its medical efficacies in just a short moment. Then, the two of them took the second Emperor Yuan pill and continued refining. A short while later, both Li Jiao and Mi Qi opened their eyes. Grief-stricken as if they were mourning the death of their parents. Both their faces looked extremely terrible. After refining both pills themselves, they clearly felt that the first Emperor Yuan pill they took had lower medicinal efficacy than the one they took after. And the first one that they took was the spirit pill that Jiying refined. The difference between the two was not too big, but the former spirit pill was still just a slight bit inferior. Jiying commented at this point, "This Ji lost to Brother Yang in the process of condensing medicinal liquid, as the medicinal liquid that this Ji condensed was not as pure as Brother Yang's. That is why the pills became slightly inferior. Since the two of you have personally refined them and verified this fact, you should have come to a conclusion, right? Or is this Ji still speaking carelessly and favoring Brother Yang?" Mi Qi had a bitter face. "We never meant to imply such a thing. Of course, they could speak contrary to facts and say that the spirit pill that Jiying refined was better, but that would be an obvious and completely shameless lie. And with the 3 monster kings staring at them with unkind eyes, it was obvious they wouldn't just let such an insult pass. What's more, there was still that terrifyingly strong woman called Qing'er. If they really were to do such a shameless thing, then the situation was not destined to end well for them. Since the results are out, then the two of you, please accept your loss willingly." Yang Kai walked over step after step with his hands behind his back. Both Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces were twitching as they felt as if their hearts had been stabbed and were now leaking blood. "Grandmaster Ji." Mi Qi shot a pleading look at Jiying, hoping that he would step out to speak in favor of them. But Jiying just went back to his own seat, not paying them any mind. He was clearly annoyed by them. Seeing this reaction, both Mi Qi and Li Jiao's hearts cooled like damp ashes. They were in an unfavorable situation right now, and they definitely wouldn't be able to win in a fight, nor could they escape. If they were to really start a battle here, then the two of them would definitely be forced to remain here forever. Why did they think of coming to High Heaven Palace with Jiying in the first place? Now they had dug their own graves. Truly, entering a tiger's den was easier than leaving. Both of their guts were churning with regret. Well then, you two are both well-known characters in the Northern Territory, so you couldn't possibly be thinking of reneging on your debts, could you? Yang Kai's face turned fierce as he glared at the two of them. And the 3 monster kings made threatening noises in unison, Monster Qi spilling out, seemingly as if they would take the two of them down the instant Yang Kai gave the order. "How could we?" Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. While suffering slightly, he could only smile. "If we are willing to bet, then we are definitely willing to concede. Brother Mi and I will definitely not renege on our debts." That's right, we won't do that." Mi Qi also nodded repeatedly. How many years has it been since they had humbled themselves like this? Not even in front of Jiying had they ever been this meek. Now though, the two of them had finally re-experienced what it was like to be inferior, and the vexing feeling in their heart could not be washed away even with the waters of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. "Since you aren't going to renege, then hurry and pay up." Yang Kai stretched a hand out to them like a predatory creditor. Mi Qi said with a bitter face, "Palace Master Yang, how can 5 billion high-rank source crystals be taken out so easily?" "That's right, the number is too great," Li Jiao also said awkwardly. 2.5 billion then. If you can't take out 5 billion, then you should be able to take out 2.5 billion, can't you? Yang Kai eyed the two from the corner of his eye. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's heads shook like rattles. Yang Kai glared. "How many years have your sects been established in the Northern Territory? How could you be so poor? Aren't you afraid of people laughing if word got out that you couldn't even take out a measly 2.5 billion source crystals? Li Jiao answered, Palace Master Yang does not understand. Our sects may earn a lot each year, but our expenses are equally large. Not much balance remains after each year. That's right. Mi Qi nodded. Palace Master Yang also obtained the foundation and wealth accumulated by seeking passion sect over the millennia of its existence, so he could know how many source crystals there were. Our sects and seeking passion sect were not that far apart in terms of overall strength and assets. So, does that mean the two of you can't pay up? Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. For now, we can't. Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both feeling very guilty. How dare you? Yang Kai bellowed. What gave you the guts to make such a large bet with me if you didn't have the capital to do so? Did the two of you come just to make a pastime out of this palace master? Hear my order. Monster kings? Kill them. Yes. Upon hearing this, all three monster kings shot out immediately. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were both horrified, thinking that Yang Kai may have planned to wipe out both of them long ago, so he could rob the foundations of their full sky sect and fire Dragon Palace. If the two of them were to die here, then their sects would be without leaders. There will be no way they could resist the terrifying might of High Heaven Palace then. They would probably be razed to the ground immediately. Hold on. Please wait. Seeing that the three monster kings were rushing towards him, Mi Qi quickly raised his hand and shouted, Wait! Yang Kai also shouted. The three monster kings stopped instantly, but they stood around Li Jiao and Mi Qi, surrounding them with their monster qi, not giving them any room to escape at all. Cold sweat slid down their cheeks, dripping onto the ground with a clear noise. Watching the two of them, Yang Kai asked lightly, Does Sect Master Mi have any last words? This palace master is merciful, so he will allow you to live for another few breaths of time. He wanted him to say his last words already. Black lines covered Mi Qi's face. Suppressing the panic in his heart, he said nervously, Palace Master Yang, Brother Li and I did not intend to renege on our debt, nor did we have any intentions not to honor our bets. We do not have the capital to fulfill this bet. We should not have made such a large bet with Palace Master Yang without being fully prepared. But now that things have come to this, you have nothing to gain even if you were to kill us. That's right. If you kill us, then those 5 billion source crystals will really be gone, and you will also be making mortal enemies with our Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect. Since I can destroy Seeking Passion Sect, why would I fear your Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect? Yang Kai sneered at them with much disdain. However, he stroked his chin in a manner that seemed like he was considering things seriously and nodded after a long while. But you are right. Keep talking. Whether you can live or not depends on your mouths now. Mi Qi breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his life was safe for the time being, but he also knew that if he couldn't convince Yang Kai to let the two of them live, then they were certain to lose their lives here today. After thinking for a while, he organized his words and began. Brother Li and I can't possibly gather so many source crystals right now, but a portion is still possible. How much? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. 500 million? Mi Qi asked tentatively. Li Jiao nodded. 500 million is possible. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar with that? Yang Kai coldly snorted. This palace master earned more than 10 times that from Seeking Passion Sect's treasury. If you dare mention a measly 500 million again, I'll kill you right now. At worst, I would simply lose those 500 million source crystals. A billion. Mi Qi hastily changed his words hastily. We cannot offer any more. If we go any higher, then we really won't be able to take it out immediately. This was already the bottom line for his Full Sky Sect. Even a billion would require him to take out several treasures to sell just to scrape together the required amount. And you, Palace Master Li? Yang Kai eyed Li Jiao coldly. Li Jiao said uneasily, Yes. The most I can gather is a billion. 1 billion, huh? Yang Kai paced back and forth, thinking for a while before nodding. Fine, 1 billion it is. Li Jiao and Mi Qi were overjoyed at those words. But before they had time to relax, Yang Kai added, But you'll still be short 1.5 billion each then. How are the two of you planning to pay the rest back? This? Li Jiao and Mi Qi were at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. Yang Kai continued, "This palace master does have an idea, but I'm not sure if you are willing to listen. Please enlighten us, Palace Master Yang." Both Li Jiao and Mi Qi turned to Yang Kai together. "If you don't have enough source crystals on hand, then you can make up the amount with treasures. I believe that the two of you must have many rare treasures in the storehouses of your sex. My high heaven palace has not been established for long, so we just happen to need large amounts of cultivation resources. Let's see, an emperor artifact can count for 10 million, so for 1.5 billion, you only need to turn over 150. 150 emperor artifacts. An emperor artifact is only worth 10 million high-rank source crystals?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao both exclaimed in unison, cursing him in their hearts. Even though they had known that Yang Kai would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to cut off a pound of flesh from them, they didn't think he would be so ruthless. This was outright robbery. What emperor artifact was worth only 10 million high-rank source crystals? Even the worst emperor artifacts would never sell for so little. What's more, 150 emperor artifacts was a ridiculous number. Even if both their sects combined all of their assets, it would still be impossible for them to find so many emperor artifacts. If you don't have emperor artifacts, then Dao Source grade artifacts and Origin King grade artifacts will do as well, along with spirit flowers, herbs, rare ores. As long as they are cultivation materials or rare resources, this palace master will accept them all. Yang Kai waved his hand as if making it seem like he was a generous soul. Li Jiao and Mi Qi's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If they really did as Yang Kai said, then wouldn't both their sects be emptied by him? What would happen to the disciples in their sects then? How could they still face all the elders and disciples of their sects? No, that's impossible. Li Jiao was almost in tears. "Palace Master Yang, please have mercy." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "This palace master has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now you want to blame me?" Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both speechless. Yang Kai sighed. "As Brother Ji said before, we are all cultivators of the Northern Territory, so we are surely going to see more of each other in the future. So, this palace master will not feel good taking things too far either. Do you want to apologize now?" Li Jiao and Mi Qi sneered in their hearts. "How about this? This palace master has another suggestion. If this too is impossible, then you two can just stay here until your sects pay a ransom to take you back. I'll let the two of you go whenever they gather enough source crystals. Please go on, Palace Master Yang." Even though they knew that Yang Kai's idea definitely won't be a good one, it was better than him exterminating their sects and taking all of their treasures by force. It didn't hurt to listen to his suggestions either. "Once you manage to gather the first billion source crystals, you can pay the rest in installments," Yang Kai said while waving his hand. "Pay in installments?" When they heard this, Li Jiao and Mi Qi exchanged glances before cautiously asking, "How are the installments going to be calculated?" Yang Kai explained, "Since you both command top sects, it is natural for you to have large incomes each year. In the future, a portion of that income will be paid to my high heaven palace. When you finish paying off your debt, the bet will end. What do the two of you think of this suggestion?" Mi Qi said with great joy, "Palace Master Yang's suggestion is good. We'll pay in installments then." Li Jiao also nodded. Good, good, good. Palace Master Yang is truly wise to be able to think of such an idea. Your heads are also pretty good." Yang Kai smiled. "In that case, let's do that. But we should discuss the details carefully." "Yes, of course." Mi Qi nodded incessantly. Yang Kai continued, "I take it your sects earn around 50 million high-rank source crystals a year? Is that correct?" "Just about." Mi Qi and Li Jiao nodded. For those small or medium sects, this was a terrifying number. It should be known that the Emperor Realm Masters who participated in Flowing Shadow City's auction only brought around 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals with them, and even that had emptied the coffers of their respective sects. But for Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect, their annual earnings alone would reach over 50 million. The difference was like heaven and earth. I won't ask for all 50 million then. 40 million each year will do, Yang Kai said to the two of them. Mi Qi and Li Jiao's faces twitched. If they had to pay 40 million each year, it meant they would only have 10 million left for their own sex. That was a greatly reduced figure, and their sex would surely not have an easy life in the future. But if they wanted to pay off their debt, then they had no choice but to do so. The two of them nodded sullenly, agreeing. Good. After 50 years of payments, the debt will be cleared, Yang Kai said seriously. Both Mi Qi and Li Jiao frowned when they heard this, with the former asking, Palace Master Yang, this number doesn't seem quite right, does it? Li Jiao also chimed in. That's right, Palace Master Yang. Did you miscount? Brother Mi and I each have a bet of 2.5 billion to settle, and we will be giving you 1 billion upfront, so only 1.5 billion will be left. If we hand over 40 million a year, then no matter how you calculate it, it would not take 50 years to pay off the balance. If they went according to what Yang Kai said, then the total number of high-rank source crystals their sex would end up paying to High Heaven Palace would be 3 billion, which was 500 million more than their bet. Yang Kai sneered. Do you two not count interest? Interest? Mi Qi and Li Jiao were both dumbfounded. What sort of interest would cost this much? 500 million high-rank source crystals was already 10 years' worth of each sex revenue. It was only at this moment that they understood Yang Kai's sinister intentions. They thought he was offering them the opportunity to pay in installments out of conscience and consideration for future relations, but who knew that he had actually been digging a big hole for them and tempting them to jump into it? You have two choices here. Yang Kai looked impatiently at them. Either you gather 2.5 billion source crystals worth of resources and send them to my High Heaven Palace within a month, or you can gather 1 billion and repay the rest over the next 50 years. Palace Master Yang. You think this Palace Master won't destroy your sex if you try to haggle with me again? Yang Kai spat with an unkind glare. Mi Qi and Li Jiao immediately fell silent, their faces filled with fear. They could also see that Yang Kai's patience was almost worn out. If they kept on dragging things out, then they would be the ones eating a loss in the end. Exchanging glances with each other, Mi Qi said helplessly, We'll pay in installments then. Even though they had to pay an additional 500 million with this method, which would hurt them gravely, they could at least retain their foundations this way. If they really forcefully coughed up the full 2.5 billion in a month, it would definitely deal critical damage to their sex, damage they might not be able to recover from even after 100 years. However, it was now apparent that for the next 50 years, both Fire Dragon Palace and Full Sky Sect would likely have to take High Heaven Palace's head as their guide, and the disciples of their sects would also be unable to raise their heads in front of the disciples of High Heaven Palace. Li Jiao had a gloomy look on his face. I will also pay in installments. Very good. Yang Kai rubbed his palms and smiled. Both of you are men of decisive character. In that case, please return now. This Palace Master wants to see your 1 billion source crystals within a month. Then we will collect the rest each year after. We should not delay matters, so this Palace Master will not keep you too. Please. Mi Qi and Li Jiao cupped their fists, exhausted, and turned around, walking outside. Unlike their exuberant faces when they arrived, they were now completely downcast. Nobody would be happy to encounter such a tragedy, and it would also be a headache for them to tell the elders of their respective sects once they returned. A lifetime of fame, ruined because of one wrong move. Both men were filled with remorse and regret, wondering in their hearts whether they should refuse to acknowledge their debts after leaving. Palace Master Li, please wait. Before the two of them could walk out of the hall though, Jiying suddenly spoke up. Hearing his call, Li Jiao turned his head to look at Jiying and asked, Grandmaster Ji, what are your instructions? I dare not give instructions, Jiying responded frankly as he tossed a wooden box towards Li Jiao. As this Ji's skill is lacking, this Ji is afraid that he may fail Palace Master Li's request. So, I will return this dragon blood flower to Palace Master Li. Palace Master Li should find another Grandmaster to assist him. Dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing, who had been standing quietly in the corner of the hall this whole time, was suddenly roused as if a nerve had been touched. Her face changed, and at the same time, she reached out to grab the wooden box, and a huge suction force suddenly appeared, bringing it right into her hands. Before Li Jiao could even recover from the shock of Ji Ying's words, he suddenly discovered that his precious treasure had been snatched away. Face changing, he shouted, "Young lady, what are you trying to do?" Truly, when it rains, it pours. Not only did the ship arrive late, it set sail in a headwind too. They had already completely offended Ji Ying during this trip, so not only did his plan to refine the dragon blood pill fall through, now the materials have also been stolen away. That was the spirit flower that he spent so many years cultivating with his own blood essence. He was counting on it to improve his own strength, so how could Li Jiao stand idly by while it fell into the hands of another person? But he didn't dare to be forceful here and just looked at Zhu Qing with an indignant face, hoping that this young woman would return the dragon blood flower to him. Zhu Qing flicked her wrist, opened the wooden box, and a bright red flower lying quietly inside immediately came into view. Yang Kai looked over curiously, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. The dragon blood flower was like a crystal formed from the purest blood. The strangest thing was the fact that a trace of dragon qi was actually being emitted from the flower. Even if he had never heard of this dragon blood flower before, and it was also his first time seeing it, Yang Kai understood that it must be something amazing. It really is a dragon blood flower. Zhu Qing frowned and shut the wooden box again, but she didn't give it back to Li Jiao. Instead, she glared at him and snapped coldly, "Where did you get this dragon blood flower?" Li Jiao answered, "Young lady, please return that flower back to me first." Naturally, Zhu Qing paid him no mind, and before Li Jiao could blink, she appeared in front of him with a solemn and aggressive demeanor. "I'll ask you one more time. Where did you get this dragon blood flower from?" A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on him, causing Li Jiao's breathing to grow difficult. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze up, and he couldn't help but back up a few steps. Face pale, he answered, "I came upon it by chance." "Why are you asking me?" He was truly baffled now. This dragon blood flower was really something that he obtained by chance. And even though it was precious, what about it was enough to rile up this woman so much? Even more shockingly, he couldn't muster the slightest bit of resistance against this woman in front of him despite being a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A sort of fear born from the deepest marrow of his bones which consumed all his will gripped him every time he faced her. But how could that be? He was already a third-order Emperor, but he was completely suppressed just by her aura alone. Only a great Emperor could achieve this, but no matter how he looked at her, this woman in front of him didn't look like a great Emperor at all. "Liar!" Zhu Qing shouted. "The dragon blood flower only grows on Dragon Island. It can't appear elsewhere." She seemed to be possessed with anger, and as she spoke, a resounding dragon roar suddenly rang out across the sky. The illusory phantom of a giant dragon head suddenly appeared above her, its two majestic eyes staring down at Li Jiao. In an instant, all the strength seemed to have been drained from Li Jiao's body, and he actually fell to the ground with his eyes wide in horror. Cold sweat was pouring down his forehead like a waterfall as she stutteringly shouted, "Dragon Clan! What?" Mi Qi was also taken by surprise and kicked the ground hard to put some distance between Zhu Qing and himself, his face turning as white as snow. Mi Qi looked stunned at the phantom dragon head above Zhu Qing's head, and he couldn't help but gulp audibly. No wonder this woman had such terrifying power despite her petite size, and no wonder why Li Jiao couldn't muster any resistance against her despite being a third-order Emperor Realm Master. It turned out this woman belonged to the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, then everything could be explained. The Dragon Clan was the king of the myriad spirits, the leader of all divine spirits. Naturally, it would not be difficult for an adult dragon to be able to send him flying with a single punch, and Li Jiao was even worse off. Due to the trace of dragon bloodline in his body, he was completely suppressed by the bloodline power of this dragon girl in front of him. He may not even be able to find a sliver of strength in his body in front of her. This was the terror of dragon blood's bloodline suppression. But how could there be a dragon here? And Looking at Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl before, their relationship seemed a little unusual. Could Dragon Island be lurking behind this high heaven palace? Michi was still thinking about whether he should renege on his debt after escaping from High Heaven Palace a moment ago. But how could he dare to do that now? With the Dragon Clan being involved, he wouldn't dare to run away from his debt even if he had 100 times to courage. On the other end, Ji Ying, who was seated on his chair, was also stunned. As the fifth disciple of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, he was a knowledgeable and experienced man, but he had never met a true Dragon Clan member before. He never thought he would have the chance to set his eyes upon one in this High Heaven Palace. Thinking back to Yang Kai's attitude towards this dragon girl, though, he remembered he had even asked her to serve them tea. Cold sweat began to drip down Ji Ying's face while deep admiration for Yang Kai, as well as shock and fear, filled his heart. The Dragon Clan were famous for their pride and arrogance. So how could one of them possibly end up being treated as a maidservant? If her temper were to be provoked, then who would be able to walk out of this hall alive? What ability did Yang Kai possess to be able to make a dragon girl so obedient to him? Could he also be part of the Dragon Clan? At that thought, Ji Ying began looking at Yang Kai in a different light. Originally, his identity as an emperor alchemist as well as his ability to beat him in an alchemy competition was enough to garner Ji Ying's attention and make him want to befriend him. But now all Ji Ying could think of was admiring the high mountains. To be served tea by a dragon girl. Even his honored master, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor himself, would not receive this kind of honor if he personally came to visit, right? Ji Ying's thoughts couldn't help but run wild. Speak. Where did you get this dragon blood flower? Tell me or die. Zhu Qing eyed Li Jiao coldly, murderous intent radiating from her body. The dragon blood flower was an exclusive product of Dragon Island, but now one had actually appeared outside. Even though it was of the lowest quality possible, it was still undoubtedly a dragon blood flower. Could it be that someone from Dragon Island was colluding with the outside world, selling dragon blood flowers? This was no small matter, also the reason Zhu Qing was so serious about it. Frozen Earth. The Frozen Earth. I got it from the Frozen Earth. How could Li Jiao dare to hide anything at this moment? A living, breathing dragon girl was standing right in front of him. The bloodline suppression he felt was more than enough to send fear into his bones. If this dragon girl wanted to kill him, then she could very likely do it in just one move. So he could do nothing but reveal his secret. So, it's the Frozen Earth. Michi was shocked. He had asked many times in the past, curious to know where Li Jiao had obtained this dragon blood flower. But each time, Li Jiao would try to brush off the question, which made him grit his teeth in hate. Only now did he find out that this dragon blood flower actually came from the Frozen Earth. This was a dangerous forbidden zone, and it was rumored that even great emperors did not dare tread deeply into it. A third-order emperor would be taking a great risk just entering the Frozen Earth. Frozen Earth. Zhu Qing frowned. She believed him partially, and she didn't think that Li Jiao would dare to lie under her pressure. But she was still curious and asked, how could there be a dragon blood flower in the Frozen Earth? That damned place was extremely cold without any living things in sight. So how could a dragon blood flower appear there? Li Jiao hurried to explain. A dragon seemed to have met its end there, and his bones must have been buried in that ground. That was how the dragon blood flower managed to germinate and survive. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing's face changed. The burial place of a dragon, then? She seemed to have thought of something, and after a few breaths of silence, she pressed, "You better be telling me the truth, or I'll rip you into 1,000 pieces." "Every word is true," Li Jiao responded with haste. "Where exactly did you discover the fallen dragon? What landmarks were nearby?" Zhu Qing suddenly transmitted her voice directly to him. When he heard this, Li Jiao understood that she intended to investigate the matter herself. But this wasn't a surprise, as a dragon may possibly have met its end there, and the dragon clan's numbers were small to begin with. Each one of their clansmen was extremely precious, so if one of them fell in the Frozen Earth, then naturally Zhu Qing had to go and investigate. At the very least, she had to retrieve their bones to give them a proper burial. Li Jiao transmitted back, "Young lady, If you really plan to collect the corpse of your clansman personally, then there is no need for that. I have checked before, and the bones of that dragon had already turned into dust. It no longer exists. Zhu Qing quickly snapped. You need only tell me the location. You don't have to care about anything else. Seeing her insistence, Li Jiao could only tell Zhu Qing the location. In the end, he also added, the frozen earth is a very dangerous place. If young lady were to meet with any accidents inside, it is none of my business. Zhu Qing sneered. Even you managed to come out of there alive. Why can't I? Yes, yes, yes. Li Jiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He then glanced at the wooden box in Zhu Qing's hand. Then, this dragon blood flower? Do you want to die? I'll return it to the young lady. It belongs to Dragon Island to begin with. Li Jiao quickly changed his tone, but his heart felt pained enough that it could bleed. He really suffered a miserable loss this time. Losing so many source crystals to Xianxia was already a big heartache to him, and now he was going to lose the precious dragon blood flower he spent so much time and effort raising too. He shouldn't have come. He really shouldn't have come to this damned high heaven palace. Scram! Zhu Qing waved her hand as if shooing away a fly. Only then did Li Jiao get up in a hurry. He took another reluctant look at the wooden box before turning around and flying off. Since Li Jiao had already left, Mi Qi naturally did not dare to stay any longer. Cupping his fists and excusing himself, he quickly followed suit. Qinger, let me have a look at that. Inside the hall, Xianxia suddenly beckoned Zhu Qing with a smile on his face. Zhu Qing glanced at Xianxia with scorn and casually tossed the wooden box to him. Xianxia grabbed it and opened the box, clicking his tongue at the marvelous sight. The dragon blood flower is one of the most exotic spirit flowers in the world and can only be cultivated with the blood of a dragon clansman. It only grows on Dragon Island, Jiying explained on the side. Cultivated with dragon blood? Xianxia's eyes lit up at those words. Dragon blood itself was already a very good thing, and it was rare for anyone to be able to see it, so how could something cultivated with dragon blood be any worse? No wonder this dragon blood flower was so full of energy and even contained a wisp of dragon qi. Even though he had no idea what sort of spirit pill could be refined from this dragon blood flower, Xianxia could instinctively tell that the spirit flower was very useful to him. Can it be refined? Xianxia raised his head to look at Jiying. Jiying smiled. Naturally. The spirit pill made with the dragon blood flower as the main ingredient is called the dragon blood pill. If a dragon or someone with a dragon clan bloodline were to take such a pill, they would be able to enhance the purity and power of their bloodline. Even if an ordinary person were to take it, it would grant tremendous benefits, especially for body tempering. Dragon blood pill, Xianxia muttered, an interested expression on his face. According to Jiying, this dragon blood flower could be refined into a furnace of dragon blood pills, and not only could the dragon blood pill enhance the purity of a dragon bloodline, it also had a significant effect on the tempering of a physique, not to mention a variety of other positive effects. The quality of his own physical body was extremely strong to begin with, so if he could refine this dragon blood flower into dragon blood pills, then it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Xianxia's thoughts couldn't help but spin as he turned to Jiying and asked, Brother Ji, do you have the pill recipe for the dragon blood pill? Jiying scratched his cheek and coughed dryly. Yes, I do. But, he glanced at Zhu Qing. There was a real dragon girl here, so he didn't dare to discuss with Xianxia about the matter of refining the dragon blood pill. After all, the significance of the dragon blood flower to Dragon Island was simply too big. If he were to provoke this dragon girl, then even his identity as one of Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's legacy disciples may not necessarily be able to save him. You want dragon blood flowers? Zhu Qing looked at Xianxia. You have more. Xianxia's eyes lit up, but he soon reckoned this was an obvious fact. After all, Zhu Qing was a dragon, so it made sense for her to have a lot of dragon blood flowers on her. If he could get her to part with those dragon blood flowers, then he could refine a large batch of dragon blood pills and greatly enhance his strength. I do. Zhu Qing nodded. Xianxia was overjoyed, but before he could say anything more, Zhu Qing continued, But I left them all on Dragon Island. It's taboo to take dragon blood flowers out of Dragon Island. His excitement was instantly doused with cold water, causing Yang Kai to shout in an aggrieved tone. Then why did you bother saying that in the first place? However, this too made sense as he had checked Zhu Qing's space ring before. If she really did have dragon blood flowers, then he would have found them already. Ji Ying's forehead was covered in cold sweat again. How could this Yang Kai have such a casual attitude towards a dragon girl, not even showing a trace of politeness? Ji Ying's heart was simply drumming with worry. Zhu Qing smiled, a cunning light flashing across her eyes. If you come with me to Dragon Island, I can give you all of those dragon blood flowers. I still have around 10 in my possession. Ji Ying's eyes went wide as he was shocked beyond words. This dragon girl actually invited Yang Kai to Dragon Island? Did he hear her right? Dragon Island was the most mysterious place in all of the star boundary. Don't even mention going there. Ordinary people couldn't even figure out where it was located. On top of that, as they considered themselves the kings of the myriad spirits, the dragon clan never invited others into Dragon Island. Only the great emperors had the right to step foot there, but it was still impossible for them to go often, much less obtain dragon blood flowers from the dragon clan. But now, not only did this dragon girl invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island, she even said she would give him 10 dragon blood flowers. Ji Ying was dumbfounded. Even though this was none of his business, he still quickly shot a meaningful glance at Yang Kai. This was a very rare opportunity, so how could he hesitate? Naturally, he should agree as quickly as possible. If it were him, he would definitely get up and go immediately. If you mention this again, we'll no longer be friends. Yang Kai glared at Zhu Qing with a stern face. Zhu Qing pouted and extended a hand towards Yang Kai. Then give the box back to me. With a flip of his hand, the box disappeared and Yang Kai swiftly turned his head away. What box? I don't see anything. Zhu Qing fumed. The dragon blood flower belongs to Dragon Island. Aren't you worried you're going to attract trouble if you keep it? Yang Kai continued. What dragon blood flower? I don't know anything. Zhu Qing was furious and unamused. Yang Kai clearly wasn't planning to spit it out. If someone else had snatched away that dragon blood flower, Zhu Qing would undoubtedly have taken action immediately, but even though Yang Kai was not part of the dragon clan, he carried the ancestral dragon source with him, so he was entitled to the dragon blood flowers. Frowning, Zhu Qing decided to not dwell on this matter with him. Ji Ying was stunned. Someone actually dared to snatch something from the dragon clan in this world? He hadn't been shocked so greatly and so often at any other point in his entire life as he had been today, and he felt like he was slowly losing his sense of reality. Qinger, it's a nice day today, so why don't you go out and get some sun? It's not good for your skin if you stay inside all the time. Yang Kai suddenly smiled at Zhu Qing again. Zhu Qing coldly snorted. She knew that he was just trying to drive her away, so she left with a stomp of her feet. Yang Kai then shot a look at Hua Qingxi and the 3 monster kings, after which they all retired in unison. In just an instant, the only ones left in the hall were Yang Kai and Ji Ying, as well as Ji Ying's first disciple who was sitting in meditation. With a toss of his hand, Yang Kai gave the wooden box back to Ji Ying and commented, I'll have to trouble Brother Ji to refine a furnace of dragon blood pills for me. Ah! Ji Ying was dumbfounded and caught the wooden box stiffly. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Ji hasn't forgotten, right? You're now my High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist. Ji Ying was stunned before he laughed bitterly. This Ji is willing to accept his loss and will naturally not renege on his debt, but I must first return to Medicine Pill Valley in order to inform my honored master. Yang Kai nodded. No problem. Brother Ji can go back and take care of his own matters first. Then you can return to my High Heaven Palace whenever you are free. Many thanks, Brother Yang, Ji Ying politely acknowledged, feeling somewhat conflicted inside. He was still a free and unrestrained man before coming to High Heaven Palace, but he actually became this place's chief alchemist after coming here once. This was not the ending he hoped to see. But on second thought, Yang Kai's own alchemy skills were quite amazing, and he even managed to touch the true essence of the alchemic Tao, so if Ji Ying had more opportunities to compare notes with him, it would be of great benefit to his advancement. Once such an idea came to mind, he wasn't so opposed to the idea of becoming High Heaven Palace's chief alchemist anymore. Instead, he was even vaguely looking forward to it. Brother Yang, there is one matter which I need to confirm with you. Jing suddenly looked serious. Yang Kai smiled and understood. Is it about my alchemy techniques? Jiying's body trembled in surprise. Could it be? Yang Kai nodded. Brother Ji's guess is correct. As expected. Jiying's face changed. He had his doubts when he first saw Yang Kai's pill recipe as it was identical to the one he used. Quite obviously, there was only one possibility. The only one who could have known that recipe and who had left Medicine Pill Valley would be my third senior brother. This Ji entered too late and never met third senior brother, but I have heard about him before. Since this pill recipe is now in Brother Yang's hands, dare I ask where third senior brother Gong Sun Mu is now? Gong Sun Mu committed a terrible mistake in his early years and was expelled by Wondrous Pill Great Emperor. Many years had passed since that event, and there had been no news of Gong Sun Mu in the star boundary since then. Now that Jiying saw this familiar pill recipe, he naturally wanted to ask about Gong Sun Mu as his junior brother. He knew that even though his honored master had already expelled Gong Sun Mu from Medicine Pill Valley, they still shared some fond memories of those years, and no matter what may have transpired, they were still once master and disciple. Jiying's third senior brother was said to be a natural genius with unmatched skills in the alchemic Tao, skills that neither his eldest senior brother or second senior brother could compare to. Unfortunately, Gong Sun Mu went down the wrong path, otherwise, his achievements would have only been more outstanding than his senior brother's now. Yang Kai sighed with dismay. Senior Gong Sun Mu had long ago passed away. Jiying was shaken but still revealed a bitter smile. As expected. It seemed that he too had some suspicions in his mind. But Jiying still felt sad when Yang Kai confirmed the fact. Sad that such an alchemy genius had fallen before his time. Yang Kai explained. It was in a secluded cave mansion, left behind by senior Gong Sun Mu, that I found his inheritance. Jiying could only laugh bitterly, now understanding why Yang Kai's refining process for the Emperor Yuan pill was the same as his. As Yang Kai inherited Gong Sun Mu's inheritance, he naturally received his pill recipes as well. That was exactly the pill recipe that Gong Sun Mu received from the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, as had Jiying. Having explained, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and passed it to Jiying. These are the final words Senior Gong Sun Mu left. I will now pass them to Brother Ji to bring back to Medicine Pill Valley. As for the matter of Senior Gong Sun Mu's inheritance, I will have to trouble Brother Ji to ask the Great Emperor for his opinion on the matter. Jiying accepted it and nodded. Brother Yang is righteous. I will report this matter to my honored master, and I believe he will not have any objections. Honored master should be happy that there is someone to take up third senior brother's mantle. Yang Kai nodded. I hope that is the case. After a pause, Yang Kai asked curiously, in senior's final words, he mentioned being expelled by the great emperor because he committed a taboo by studying the human pill technique. Dare I ask Brother Ji what this human pill technique is? Jiying's face changed. Could it be that Brother Yang is interested in the human pill technique? Yang Kai waved his hands. It was just a casual question. Since it has been deemed taboo by the great emperor, it must not be anything good. How could I be interested in studying it? Jiying's expression cleared a little and he thought for a moment. Actually, there is no harm in telling Brother Yang. I believe in Brother Yang's character. I'm sure you wouldn't pursue the human pill technique. Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Jiying continued. The human pill technique that third senior brother was studying was a way to refine spirit pills by taking human lives as kindling. The higher the cultivator's cultivation, the better the spirit pill that could be refined. What? Yang Kai's face changed. Using humans as ingredients? Jiying sighed. That's right. Honored master was furious when he learned of this, and if eldest senior brother had not pleaded for his mercy back then third senior brother would probably have been killed by honored master on the spot. After this Ji entered the sect, eldest senior brother told me about third senior brother, as a cautionary tale of sorts. Yang Kai nodded and commented. Even though senior Gong Sun Mu went down the wrong path, he repented in his final years. It's just a pity he was unable to face the great emperor personally and ended up dying while meditating in seclusion. Jiying smiled bitterly. No one is without fault. While they talked, Jiying's disciple suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. a look of joy on his face. Did you gain anything? Jiying smiled at him. His first disciple quickly nodded his head, got up, and bowed to Yang Kai, saying respectfully, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Yang." Jiying laughed. "If you are able to ascend to the ranks of Emperor Alchemist someday, then it would all be thanks to your martial Uncle Yang. You'd best not forget his gracious gifts." His first disciple answered promptly, "This disciple will never forget." Yang Kai laughed. "It was all thanks to his own luck. There's no need to thank me." With a twinkle in his eye, he proposed, "Now that your honored master has become the chief alchemist of my High Heaven Palace, why don't you stay at High Heaven Palace too?" This? The first disciple looked a little hesitant, seemingly unable to make a quick decision. Jiying scolded in a light-hearted manner, "Brother Yang, you're insatiable. Why don't you pull my eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and fourth senior sister over as well? That would be wonderful. I wish to take a trip to the frozen earth." Half a month had passed since Yang Kai's alchemy competition with Jiying. Today, he had been refining the golden armor heavenly book when Zhu Qing suddenly sought him out with a declaration. Yang Kai was shocked. "That place is a forbidden zone. Even if you're a dragon, you may not be able to get out safely. What are you going there for? You know the reason." Yang Kai frowned as he did understand Zhu Qing's plans. She wished to visit the frozen earth for no reason other than to retrieve the bones of her clansmen. Before, Zhu Qing had a rather off expression when Li Jiao revealed to her the location where he discovered the dragon blood flower. That dragon clansman that had fallen in the frozen earth must have had some relationship with her. Didn't Li Jiao say that the skeleton has long turned to dust, so it would be useless even if you went there? Yang Kai tried to persuade her. Even though this girl had been quite annoying to him, and he couldn't hope for anything more than for her to go as far away from him as possible, he still felt worried if she had to go to a place like the frozen earth. A dragon clansman had already fallen there, so if Zhu Qing headed there, then she may end up following in the footsteps of her predecessor. "There is still one more thing there," Zhu Qing revealed. "What?" Zhu Qing pondered for a moment before saying truthfully, "A dragon source. I must go there and find my clansman's source." Yang Kai suddenly understood. The source of a dragon clansman was a divine spirit source and definitely would not disappear so easily. Even if the bones had already turned into dust, the source definitely remained. He nodded. "Then go, but you must be careful. The frozen earth is not a place where you can just barge into." Zhu Qing looked silently at him. "Are you coming?" Yang Kai immediately rolled his eyes. "Of course not. Can't you accompany me?" A look of disappointment flashed past Zhu Qing's eyes. Yang Kai grunted. "My strength is too low. The only thing waiting for me in the frozen earth would be death. Aren't you worried that I'll become a burden to you if I go? Most importantly, he wouldn't have much to gain by going, so why would he go there?" Zhu Qing thought about it seriously before nodding. "You're right. I'd just be imposing on you. In that case, I will go alone." After a pause, she added, "But you have to behave and stay here. Don't go wandering off." Yang Kai scoffed. "Why do I have to behave and stay here? Once you leave, I'll leave the Northern Territory immediately. It's wide seas and high skies after that. So I'll go as far away as I want and you'll never find me again." Zhu Qing's face went dark in an instant. "In that case, I'm not going." Compared to her clansman's source, her business at Yang Kai's side was the top priority. Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but want to slap himself on the face. "I was just kidding. Rest assured. I'll remain in High Heaven Palace and wait until you return." "You're not lying, are you?" Zhu Qing observed Yang Kai's eyes, seemingly trying to peer into his soul. "Why would I lie? There are too many things to settle here at the sect, and this palace master has a lot of issues he needs to handle. So where is he going to find the time to run around?" Yang Kai responded earnestly. "Good." Zhu Qing nodded, convinced. Suddenly, she added, "By the way, I have a secret technique here. Try cultivating it. It's much better than your previous one." "Secret technique? What kind of secret technique?" Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing took out a jade slip and threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed it and looked inside with his divine sense, his eyes turning round in an instant as he shouted, "Dragon Transformation Secret Technique." Zhu Qing nodded. "I've seen you perform a secret technique similar to Dragon Transformation before, but the level of that secret technique seems to be quite low, far below this one. If you can successfully cultivate this secret technique, then it will increase your combat ability by at least 20% in that form." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he asked joyfully, "Truly?" Zhu Qing smiled. "Do I look like the type to lie to you?" Yang Kai blushed before changing the subject. "How come you have secret techniques like this on Dragon Island? Dragons only needed to circulate their source strength in order to transform into their true dragon form, so what use was this dragon transformation secret technique to them?" Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. Pureblood dragons aren't the only ones living on Dragon Island. There are others too, Zhu Qing said leisurely. "You'll know when you go to Dragon Island one day. Then we'll talk again then." Yang Kai waved his hand and happily studied the dragon transformation secret technique written in the jade slip. If it was really as Zhu Qing said, then his battle power would soar again if he managed to cultivate this secret technique. "Take your time cultivating. I'm going now." After saying that, Zhu Qing turned around and walked off. "Don't die out there." Yang Kai suddenly looked up at Zhu Qing's back and called out. Zhu Qing smiled and opened the door, leaving while feeling quite smug inside. She figured cultivating this dragon transformation secret technique would keep Yang Kai busy for a month or two, by which time she should already have returned from the frozen earth. Outside the main gate, Zhu Qing turned into a stream of light and flew towards the far north. Then, she suddenly stopped and looked back, getting the vague feeling that someone was watching her. But looking around, she didn't catch sight of anyone. Shaking her head, she quickly left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. AI! Yang Kai sighed in his room, feeling a little guilty. He didn't agree to Zhu Qing's request to accompany her to the frozen earth for two reasons. The first was really because the frozen earth was a very dangerous place, but the second was because he wanted Zhu Qing to give up on the whole idea. How could he have expected her to just leave without even hesitating? What a stubborn girl. "I hope she dies out there." Yang Kai coldly snorted, clearly in a bad mood. But soon, his frustrations cleared as he concentrated on the dragon transformation secret technique in his hands. The dragon transformation secret technique that he possessed now was taught to him by Chi Yu back on Hung Luo Starfield's Monster Emperor Star. Yang Kai considered this quite an amazing secret technique back when he wasn't very strong, and it had helped him raise his battle power a lot when he learned it, but with his increase in strength, that secret technique had become less and less useful to him. But this dragon transformation secret technique given to him by Zhu Qing was indeed profound, and could bring out the full latent potential of his dragon source, as well as the dragon artifacts that he had refined into his body. When comparing the two secret techniques, the previous dragon transformation Yang Kai cultivated was indeed quite low in level. The more Yang Kai studied this technique, the happier he felt, and the more he devoted himself to studying it. He originally planned to get as far away from Zhu Qing as possible after she left, but he had already forgotten all about that. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Inside the room, Yang Kai opened his eyes and shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A high-pitched dragon roar sounded before a huge golden divine dragon illusory phantom flickered behind him, merging into Yang Kai's body, immediately resonating with the dragon artifacts that he refined into his body. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and Yang Kai showed an immensely painful expression. His figure, which was originally sitting cross-legged on the floor, rose more than 3 meters higher. Both his hands transformed into dragon claws that were much more realistic than the previous ones. The tips of the claws were as sharp as blades and were shining with a cold glint. On his chest, scales covered with patterns emerged, spreading all the way down to his waist. The dragon scales were not made of energy like before, but rather a condensation of the dragon clan's source strength. They were no worse when compared to real dragon scales and looked no different to the naked eye. There were also some slight differences with his head and tail as well. Yang Kai reached out to touch his head and his eyes widened instantly. That was because he discovered that 2 small nubs had suddenly bulged out on both sides of his head, as if something was growing out of it. Dragon horns. Yang Kai recalled the scene of Zhu Qing activating her source strength the first time he met her, instantly understanding. The two small bulges on each side of his head should be dragon horns. Only, he hadn't cultivated a profound dragon transformation secret technique like this one, so he looked like neither fish nor fowl. Touching his back, Yang Kai's expression grew even stranger. But this couldn't be helped as a small dragon tail had actually grown out behind his butt. Could he really face people with this appearance? After calming his emotions, he slowly stood up. Yang Kai discovered himself to be more than 2 times taller than before. He wasn't short to begin with, but he wasn't remarkably tall either. Right now, perhaps only a few naturally gifted people could compare to his height. Anyone else standing in front of him could only be looked down upon. Gently clenching his fists, Yang Kai could feel that his hands were filled with power, as if they could explode at any moment. The richness of that power made Yang Kai feel extremely happy. With a light wave of his hand, the air rippled in front of him, turning into a mirror. When Yang Kai saw his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How could this look be described as just fierce and fiendish? Not only had his image been greatly changed, but there was also an extremely ferocious aura emanating from his body. Any timid person would probably run away immediately if they saw him like this. The most striking part of his transformation were his eyes. They had turned into a golden color just like when he activated his demon eye of annihilation. It gave off a mighty feeling, and if he narrowed his eyes, perhaps even his close friends would be frightened by his visage. Yang Kai couldn't resist laughing, now very satisfied with this appearance. And he was still a ways away from perfecting this dragon transformation secret technique. If he really understood the dragon transformation secret technique that Zhu Qing gave him thoroughly, then the changes to his body would likely become even more pronounced. At the very least, he would become even taller. The old dragon transformation secret technique really could not compare to this one. Palace Master, Palace Master. Hua Qingxi's voice suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai's eyes twinkled as he took a step out, his large feet producing a heavy thudding noise as they hit the ground like beating war drums. The moment the door was opened, Hua Qingxi's beautiful face lost color as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" When she spat out the first word, she had already summoned her 5-colored spear and poured her Emperor Qi into it, causing the Emperor artifact to release a radiant glow that shot towards Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi had the instinctive feeling that this extraordinary being wasn't something to be trifled with, so she had released a lethal strike on the very first move. Yang Kai laughed viciously and lunged out with his dragon claws. With one swing, he was able to shatter the 5-colored light and caught the 5-colored spear between his fingers, halting its advance. With her Emperor artifact restrained, Hua Qingxi was horrified and tried desperately to retrieve her weapon. The 5-colored spear rumbled loudly in Yang Kai's hand, but it wouldn't move. She couldn't shake off Yang Kai's restraint no matter how she tried. "Heh, your palace master has already been killed by this king, and now this king is going to destroy your high heaven palace. I'll give you a death without burial." Yang Kai laughed maniacally. The horror on Hua Qingxi's disappeared all of a sudden as she swept her eyes over Yang Kai, frowning as she asked, "Palace master? What are you doing? You really scared me there."